Hello and welcome to Tales from the Tumble Tankard. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I'm your dungeon master for Avress the Shattered World here on the Tumble Tankard Discord servers and YouTube channels. We are continuing pretty much right where we left off. Um, the group had managed to uh, wait things out and regroup together. As you know, this and Lucas were separated by quite a distance from Athena and Raz. Um, but they gathered together in order to go in and assault the fire rift. After a rather knockdown, drag-out battle with the Glabrezu the Glabrezu, and uh, and then adding into the mix a rather unfortunately equipped Pit Fiend who joined the fight there. They managed to defeat the group. Um, After also an arcane gate opened up from somewhere or other and some more devils poured out of it, causing some other problems on the field. After a long battle there, Trex'yark, the Pit Fiend, was dispatched, and the sword Soulrender was left broken on the ground. Um, as more demons and devils uh, were approaching, um, the Esk on with the rock flew down, picked up the group, and they were able to escape the canyon before getting completely overrun by a host of uh, fiendish creatures. The group is going to be flying north away from the cauldron, and kind of regrouping, recovering, and deciding next steps. So we kind of pick up with you guys flying, and it's mostly I want to know where you want to go, as there are some various options here.
Um, Away so we can long rest.
We're going to where the centaurs are? Or do you think that might put them in danger?
I think that might put them in danger, but um, I think that would be the safest place for us to be to get a comfortable rest. But that is a distance away.
You're not sure exactly.
I don't
It's
think
on
it's that far, but
it's on the map, but you're not sure exactly. Um, yeah. So I'm gonna do that because you don't really know what that is.
but we have the ability to speak with them and say, "How far away are you guys?" And they can say, "Oh, we're just this far," and then we'll go, "Oh." But then again, I mean, those guys are going to be scrying on us, aren't they? Let's face it. They're going to
Yeah.
be checking up on us and stuff. Possibly even sending something out to us while we try to rest. So, which would be
What sort
unfortunate.
of
We
what so what sort
definitely
of
need a long
precautions
rest.
do you want to take to prevent that from happening? You are very powerful spellcasters, so you definitely have a. And you're not sure. I mean, they did say the place they were at was fairly well hidden. You're not sure, like you're not sure exactly how hidden or whatever else. But there's definitely they didn't seem too concerned about being within a day's ride of the cauldron themselves, as they had
Okay.
told you they're going to be.
So, I mean, we have the fortress, right?
That's not going to prevent very much, though, is it? It's got 100 hit points on each bit, so.
Right, but I mean, it's a little bit more safe than just sleeping out in the open. And you've got your thing, right?
My thing. How much non-detection stuff have we got? I don't know that we've got very much. You've got it, haven't you? But that's just a single person spell, right?
Who are you talking to?
You?
No, I haven't got it.
Oh, I thought you did.
Somebody has one on a Manatech item.
Right. Yeah, I'm on a tech one.
Oh, so you
Me?
do have it.
No, I gave it to somebody. I gave it to Dow.
I think I have it.
Raz-
Raz.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Somebody has it.
Somebody has it. Um,
So can that be cast on an item or on a place, or is it like a one person? I don't know the spell.
Well, I can read it there. It's based on a willing creature, or it can be a place or an object no larger than 10 feet in any dimension.
Okay, so
Oh,
we can cast
I
it on an
have it.
area.
Yes, you can be on a place, yes.
Okay.
So I'll just say within 10 feet of whatever, where you case it. So like 10 by
Yeah.
10.
So we could cast it on an item and then have it like near us.
I have the Manatech boots of non-detection.
So you can just put them on and use it, and it does last for 8 hours. So you can use that as a possibility.
I do remember that we used all the charges from it.
It recharges over a course of days.
Okay, cool, because it's been days since we've used it.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, Manatech will just draw an ambient energy to recharge itself. That's how it works. The accumulator literally accumulates magic mana from the surroundings to recharge over time.
Plus, they have probably got something similar in place, haven't they, where they are? So shall we ask them? Shall we message them and ask them and just say,
Where
what
are
kind
you?
of protection have you got? We don't want to put you in danger. Will you be safe if we come there? Kind of thing.
Okay.
Maybe
I don't see where it would hurt.
Maybe we should just camp and just hide.
Let's go. Let's camp and hide. I think that's a good idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You'll find one of the things on the plains here, on this open space there of grassland and everything else. There are little clumps of trees in various places. They're the very windswept kind of leaning sideways trees. But you can definitely find a place where you can kind of find a spot at least out from the open at least, so you're not quite so visible. It's not hard to find if you're flying on the rock, and so so you are able to find a clump of these leaning trees and everything else to put down in. And once you're ready, you can go ahead and use non-detection on a 10 by 10 space. As long as you stay within that space, you should be able to be immune to scrying at least, or other divination spell.
Won't be able to hide the rock though, so we'll have to put that away.
Well, yeah, we're gonna have to put it away eventually.
It's been
Anyway,
out for too long already, hasn't it? Let's face it.
I think 3 days was it? So
Something
2 days.
I think this is day 4 now because we were in there for at least 4 hours. You said 2 hours to get to the halfway point.
Well, I think you had it out and you flew to the Cauldron, parked it, did your first run with the abyss portals,
right,
and then flew away. Came back the next day. So that's gonna be I think basically this is the 3rd day it's been out.
Yes.
Yeah. So we'll call it the 3rd day. So
it does need to go away. So it's going to take 6 days for it to come back, though.
Unless you expend.
Unless I expend my hit dice, yeah.
You can get it down to 1 again, so basically you'll have it for
Yeah, you can use those before we rest tonight, though, can't you? You could, or use some at least.
Yeah, it'll still take a day to. So the next day it will not be available. It'll go full day.
How many hit dice do I have left, though?
Did you spend all your hit dice?
I spent a good portion of my hit dice, yes.
Well, you can only spend 5 as part of a short half of them as part of a short rest.
Yes, but as a bonus action, I can use them to heal.
Then when did you do that? I don't remember you doing that.
During the fight, I was doing it.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. It was on there. It popped up on the thingy.
A lot of things pop up there. I'm not sure what they all mean.
I'm sorry.
Second wind doesn't use your hit dice, and use a lot of different ways to heal, and use a lot of potions too. I don't remember that being a thing you were doing. So okay, whichever.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so yeah, if I have 5 left.
Okay, well, 5. I believe that every 2 you spend will lower it by a day.
So then, yeah, okay. So I'll use the rest of my hit die
Let me pull up. You have the item up there. What does it say? It should say
for
for the recharge.
for the recharge. Hold on.
It should say on the item.
For every 3 levels or 3 hit die, you can expend the time to decrease it by 1 day.
Okay. So with 5, you can reduce it by 1 day, at least initially.
Mm-hmm.
And after a long rest, you can lower it some more.
Yep.
Okay.
It's a shame we all can't put stuff into it. It's just you, isn't it?
It's only who's attuned to it.
No, it's a lot of pressure.
Someone else could attune to it over the course of a short rest and spend theirs.
I rarely ever use my hit dice, to be fair. It's very rare I get damaged enough to need them. So.
Do you need a hit die, though?
And
Do you
Lucas,
need,
Lucas never... I'm sorry. What's that about? What's the head wobble?
Listen, do you have...
Lucas rarely gets broken into his bloody temporary hit points.
But the problem is, I think I was the only one that had an empty attunement slot.
I do and I don't. I have the Queen of the Hag, which isn't really that useful. I don't think I've ever used it, so I could probably unattune to that.
And
I'll flick it over.
Okay, you can always attune and reattune during a short rest, so it's not a problem. So if you want to just during a short rest at least reattune it, and then.
No, I'm not attuned to that. I'm attuned to the thing that gives me an extra 1d8 psychic damage to every thing every spell I cast that hurts somebody, but I don't know, that's not.
Well,
that's not going to help you much when you're resting.
No.
No.
I'm going to pass the figurine off to you after I expended my hit die. And then we're going to short rest wherever it is that we're stopping.
Okay.
Right?
Yep, so you find some trees. I think based on when you went are
there trees though?
I said you find some trees. Yeah, this is grassland. This is not wasteland like before.
Oh, okay.
There's actually grasslands here, and they're not like forest, but there's little clumps of trees here that you can kind of drop down into and kind of get out of view at least, as I mentioned. So, yeah.
I'm gonna tell the rock he was a very good boy, protected Esk very, very well, and then I'm gonna tell him to go to bed.
Can I look underneath him before you put him away?
Sure, you can have a cuddle under him.
I want to see if your pronouns are correct. Not that really makes any difference. Never mind, forget it.
Yeah, it's a summoned creature. It's kind of.
I'm just kidding anyway. I'm just being obnoxious.
He has told me no differently telepathically every time I call him a good boy.
Okay. You're a good boy too.
Thanks, appreciate it.
So you find yourselves in a little clump of trees, out of the way. Nothing is following you. You've definitely outpaced everything there, and kind of like looking back behind you. You did the chase broke off miles and miles and miles ago. So, kind of pushing the rock as far as you can. You do find a group of trees to settle down in, dismiss the rock, and initially a short rest to lower the recharge and kind of get whatever back you need in a short rest. While you are on that short rest, we'll start that out there. You get ascending from. Let's see, who's it going to be? Who'd they could probably.
Yeah.
Well, Amethyst, you were doing tongues and you did the most talking with them. You also know Sylvan. So you will get ascending in Sylvan from a voice you somewhat recognize. It seems that the centaur there, Kolkar. We have refuge. It is well hidden. Many orcs of Cauldron ready to fight. You have disrupted. We are one day's ride west of Cauldron. Look for trees.
Pine trees, dogwood, apple.
Didn't specify, sorry.
Okay. I will reiterate that to the rest of the group now that I've typed it all out. And say they say they're well hidden. And if we use our non-detection, that should be, doubly protective. I think that's probably a good thing.
Off by 3 words. Darn.
Never mind. If you want to go back a day and then back here for a day, if you want to do 2 days riding.
Are you going to reply?
I will do, but I'm just going to ask the rest of the group first.
Okay, sure.
A day's ride one way and a day's ride back would mean the rock would be ready again. Maybe that wouldn't be a bad idea.
So, just to kind of put it in perspective here, you guys are currently up here, because you kind of rode up north, flew kind of northwest, whatever. And it's somewhere down in this area here. About a day's ride would put it somewhere about there.
Mm-hmm.
So,
shall I tell them that we'll head there?
Yeah, sounds good.
Sounds like a good plan for me.
Okay. Okay. Because obviously there are people who are willing to come with us as well, so that's good. Just the fact that they're not on their side anymore is helpful. But if they're going to be on our side, that's even better. Okay. I'll message back. We are on our way. We'll message if we can't find you. Trex'yark has fallen. We're going back for the rest. See you shortly.
Okay. There's no other reply. And so you assume that they're okay with that. You're able to go ahead and, after that short rest and spending some hit dice, to lower the recharge of the rock, you're able to get your long rest as well and keep yourselves hidden via non-detection.
Clicking the button.
Yeah, so go ahead and make sure you're all rested up there and everything's reset. It needs to be. As you have non-detection up there, there's no issues with the scrying sensors popping up or anything else. You don't see anything. There's nothing that seems to be worried about that. Go ahead and give me a perception check though, as the evening passes, and we'll see what who spots what over the course of the evening. Pretty balanced rolls so far.
Mm-hmm.
Lucas rolled terribly and he rolled a 3 with his extra plus 13.
Yep. I mean, the highest roll, Theater rolled a 15. That's always good there. But most of you all rolled pretty low. But anyway, like I said, nothing. There is the rushing of wind over the night. Wind is howling across there, and you do feel a bit overwhelmed by. I mean, you can't help but feel a little overwhelmed by what's happened there. It was kind of a harrowing time of it. With all the demons and high level things to deal with. Some brutal fighting for some of you.
Yeah, Lucas lost all his temporary hit points.
I know it's scary, but
And a third of my health.
I know.
yeah.
Terrible. Poor thing. Sorry, Jim. Carry on.
No. So again, so I guess you can discuss your plans here, what you're looking to do. But you have the evening passes uneventfully. Nothing jumps out at you. Nothing, no crazy sounds. You will notice over the course of the nighttime, though, during your watches, that Borealis effect to it would be the southeast now, is much reduced. There is still a bit of a waver in the air, a little bit of light, but a lot of it, a lot of that distortion effect and that sort of little bit of light show that was happening there is drastically reduced from what it was. And you also kind of the staticky effect that you've been having with your telepathy is lessened a bit. Although with non-detection, it'd be a target. I guess you can still push out through it. So the thing to target you, you can push out of it. You guys can. You are able to communicate with anyone from at a distance. So one thing also is that a lot of the distortion effect of your magic feels somewhat lessened.
Oh, that's good. That means you guys can do your spelly stuff without getting a nightmare.
It's not gone,
It's not gone. It's
but
lessened.
it's not as drastic. And you don't know if it's in the magically inclined folks there. You don't know if it's because you've spent so much time here in this area and fought so much that you're becoming more attuned to the area, attuned to the effect, or if it's just becoming more stable, or what, or maybe a combination. Whereas you've never really had an issue with it. You've been here all your life, so
A lot of it.
yes. Well, in this like to you, this was all normal. It actually feels a little odd to you. It feels a little bit less strange, and you will. You will, as your course of rest takes you, as you often have disjointed memories of places, of that drawing you have. What you have a drawing of a person, is that correct? In a place, a cave.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's here because he's trying to find somebody.
Right. What does that person look like?
He's very short.
Yes.
To look like you, because
He's not quite
you're
this
kind
tall.
of short.
Chat box.
Yeah.
Where'd he go? Oh, he's always there. I can get him from another one. So it's a drawing from somebody made the drawing who sent me out here looking for this person. And according to their wild dreams, that's what they look like.
Okay.
Oh my god.
And he's surrounded by orcs.
Okay.
And there's the picture of the box that he was in.
It's that Mr. Jesus.
So we're looking for this dude.
You don't. This is a dream that Raz is having. This is not. He's not describing it to you. So
Okay, he's having a dream. I
yeah,
apologize for
the
that
image,
part.
the image did come up as you kind of in and out of sleep and in and out of rest there. In the time you spent in the cauldron, um, you realize that bits and pieces of it do look familiar to you. Like the image that flashes, the picture you have, like the surrounded by orcs. Um, Somewhere in that cauldron could be. You weren't able to really go and explore, but something about that about the cauldron um, seems familiar. Seems like it might lead you to something around there. It's just something about some of the images you have of that figure being surrounded by orcs. It 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 seems it's the closest you've ever come. Seeing the orcs, seeing the canyon walls and everything else.
Right.
Something seems right about it. Um, and you know nothing about the person, though, do you? This is a picture you were given.
It's a picture I was given.
Yeah. And put on a quest to find this person, supposedly.
Yep.
Okay. Who put you on that quest? Do you remember anymore?
That's the tough part. It was another gnome,
Yes.
but he feels like he's lost connection with that gnome.
Okay.
It's a sad moment. And it's part of his sadness.
Okay. So, with the proximity, with all this there, the some of the images come in a little more into focus than they have in the past. There, and it's all sort of like kind of swirling around in your mind as you work through it. With just the chaos of what's been happening the last couple of days, you weren't really able to focus on it. But now, in this place of non-detection, of this place of quiet, windswept night time, you get this image, and were you ever told a name?
No.
Okay. So, not that you do well with names anyway.
That's a whole other story.
Yep. Okay. One last thing here. You'd mentioned um uh you had mentioned lighthouses in the past, and I'd like to clarify something around there. Is that you have seen structures that you recognize the function of them. The thing is, not being on the coast very much there were part of what kind of guided you along your coastal time with your folding boat and everything else moving on here, were the fact that there were lighthouses, mostly abandoned, but some did function. And through some strange magic or strange preserved function there, you are able to study them. And so you have spotted a couple along the coast. Okay. So, just to clarify, so somewhere in your travels, you have seen them and recognized their function, although they're not really needed because there's not a lot of coastal ship travel. As the ships are the coastal areas are either abandoned or long or in ruins or just long decayed, falling apart.
As Raz has learned, there's no reason to be here, really. Why send a ship?
Yeah. At this point, yes.
Why did they send a ship? Why? Why did I have to be on it? So, so over the course of the evening, as your long rest passes there,
You're all able to kind of get your time away there, and in the morning, the sky lightens once more, and you're able to set out to try to find this place of refuge that Kolkar mentioned. And you
I
want,
will.
Yeah.
I will inspire everyone before we set off.
of course.
22.
Any other precautions for you?
23.
23 now, yeah.
I know that'll come in handy for the bard. He'll still have one more than everybody else.
So, other precautions. I don't.
Or other preparations, or anything else you need to be doing.
Nope.
How long does non-detection last for?
8 hours. Long enough for your short rest. Or for your long rest, I mean.
Is it worth casting it again? I don't know.
On those boots, how many charges does it have? Does it say?
It has 6 charges, which means that I used.
You used 3 to cast it the first time.
Yep.
So it can be used again. Actually, and it says how many on a long rest? How many charges to regain? D6 plus 1.
Does not say.
Okay,
I'm assuming you're
yeah,
going to tell me.
Yeah. So, while it's maintaining the effect there, it's not going to recharge itself because it's maintaining the effect of there. Yeah, it isn't on that part of the description there, but it is in the recharge description. So, not a problem. Standard for mana tech is 1d6 plus 1 charges, but
Okay.
essentially have to recharge upon non-use, essentially.
So, are we
So-
going to use it? Does it move with us?
You can
I
cast
did
it
for
on
the rock.
yeah, you can cast it on an object, yes, but it can't be within. It can be it can't be any more than 10 feet in any direction. When you stay within 10 feet of each other at all times.
I suppose if we're on the same rock, that's one thing. But
Well, the rock still needs a day to recharge. You have.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's gonna be a full day before it's ready.
Right, so don't use it?
I think we should leave at a different time from the others and be out in front so that if we are detected, they don't detect all of that business as well. I don't want them knowing and preparing for that. For us
Right,
coming with friends.
I mean, it's gonna take a while to find them first. So that's what I'm saying. You don't know where they are yet.
Yeah,
A general area potentially, but yeah.
when we do find them.
So I'll do the recharge now, and then we'll have 2 charges of it, hopefully, when we go to use it.
Okay.
Because we did it overnight, and it's gone, so should recharge it now at dawn. Right?
Doesn't it recharge at dawn on its own, or do you need to charge it?
It's not going to recharge itself while it's maintaining the effect. That's the whole thing. It has 3 charges now. It's going to need then it'll recharge pretty much on your next long rest.
Right.
It's kind of those things of like, while it's maintaining the effect, it can't recharge and maintain the effect at the same time.
Right, but I thought now that it's morning, the charge it's done doing its thing.
It recharged during a long rest.
Okay.
Inactivity lets it draw in. So, yeah. So it is one of those which it can be tricky to use depending on how it's done. Now, if you had someone with Manatech experience, they could swap out the accumulator and have it spare ones, but you don't have that ability anymore.
All right, are we ready to
Go find
hit the road?
the grove.
I mean, Lucas, you do know. I mean, there are ways to spot scrying. So anything you can do to, like, this scrying sensors are visible to those with see invisibility. So
Yeah, it seems as only lasts for an hour at a time, though. That's the
true.
problem.
Yeah, but it also needs to latch on to someone with a. They do get a will save against it. Wisdom saving throw. I mean,
I think we'll be all right for now. Let's just head out and see if we can find them, or
Okay.
when we can find them, because we will find them, and then just move on from there. Figure out what our next step is after we find them.
of course. I mean, the other thing, Lucas, is you know scrying probably better than anybody among the group here, as you've done it. Scrying will not be of much help if there's no landmarks to figure out where someone is. It's the area around a person's what they're scrying on. So if you're just in the middle of like countryside, it's not going to be of much help. Until there's some way to tell where you're at. So you're fairly confident in the fact that you're not going to be like if they scry on you while you're traveling, it's not going to be of much help to them.
So we need to cast like see invisibility when we're getting close to where we think they might be.
Sure. Yeah, you said look for the trees, so I mean, you assume there's probably something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can use the invisibility with one sorcery point. So.
Trade off.
If your spells.
Okay.
All right, let's go. Let's go do the thing.
All right. So, you pull out your horses, do what you're going to do around that.
Are you risking your Pegasus?
Yeah, come on, let's see him.
Yeah, we'll do.
Okay.
Remember, the only rift now is like a hellish one, so good luck with that.
An earth rift, and there's just general weirdness in this whole part of the world. But okay, go ahead and give me that charisma check.
Maybe plus 147. Oh, wow.
Rolled low. Okay.
1d1. What's 1d1?
Charisma.
What you pull forth is definitely not a Pegasus. At least not in roll a 4. I mean, it's Pegasus shaped, but the hide is black. You can see flames there. It's like a winged nightmare, except the head is not really like horse shaped. It's just sort of like this blackened, like amorphous lump, almost like a lump of coal there, and there's sort of like bits of flame kind of dancing up from it there. You don't know what this is. It's like, I mean, it's sort of like stomps and kind of like looks in your direction like it's going to
Eat you for dinner.
You don't see a mouth on it. I'm not sure what it would do exactly. It's bizarre. It has these wings that are sort of like almost like vulture like instead of the kind of feathery wings you would know, but they're hinged in like red and orangish colors, like, but it's not like on fire or anything. You've never seen a creature like this before. It's just odd, but it doesn't like attack you. It doesn't like shy away from you until you start to approach it. Give me a either animal handling or I guess if you have to try to be persuasive, you can do that, but at a disadvantage. There is no sign of intelligence in this thing because again, there's no real like face at least.
I'll try persuasion.
Sure. Okay. Disadvantage on that.
Ooh, lovely.
Wow. Plus 18.
Nice. You roll a 19 and a 20. Wow. Yeah, it just sort of like it's just standing there, and it's weird. It's just standing stock still too. The horse would normally like kind of like a paw or shift a little bit there. It's just standing there, and as you approach it, there it sort of like starts to kind of move a little bit. And with the words and motions you're making there, it doesn't shy away. It doesn't lunge or anything else like that. It just sort of stands there and lets you approach and get on it. It will still act as a Pegasus. It just looks wrong.
You like my new Pegasus?
I don't like it.
Yeah. As you're on the back there, kind of these little twin like motes of flame kind of hover around where eyes might be. But the lumpish sort of like face doesn't. The head, as you realize now, the head doesn't really turn much. It just sort of like it shifts a little bit here and there, but the little flames kind of move around like their eyes. But you're able to at least use it as a Pegasus. The rest of you can kind of mount up. And this time you're on your carpet.
Yeah.
All right. In that case, you begin to travel south, leaving behind the little copse of trees that you're in, and the wind picks up, kind of blowing you side to side there, and basically you have to hold on to your carpet occasionally as the wind kind of tries to push you off. But you can kind of
I got claws.
yeah, you're able to definitely like hold on, kind of bank the carpet a little bit into the wind so it doesn't like push you away too far. Those on the ground are able to move along pretty easily. At some point, about an hour or so after you break camp and leave there, let's see here. I'm just gonna roll to see who. Sorry. Yeah. That makes sense. No. Yeah. Okay. At some point, you're traveling along there. You will. Let's see. The way to do this here. There's in the sky. It's not too hard to spot. Kind of off in the southerly direction there. You do spot something flying. Kind of pretty high up there, very, very kind of like small. Well, obviously, distance-wise, you can't really spot what any details about it. Something is flying around, kind of to the southeast. It's too far to make out like details about it, but you spot like something dark moving in the sky. So those of you flying, those of you on ground there, I'm not going to make roll perceptions there. It's like there's just something off in that direction. You spot it kind of flying around.
Does it look small or big or?
It's a ways off. It's big enough to be able to see it, but like, again, when you see a bird flying in the sky, do you know how big it is?
No. No,
You have
I
something to
don't.
judge it against. Yeah, so it's hard. It could be small and close. It could be huge and far away. It's hard to tell exactly. Um, but you definitely spot it out there in the distance.
Mhm. Just keep your eyes on that, everybody, because that might be something. Wasn't there a bird that was watching us before? Do you remember? While we're on the way here, we noticed a bird that was kind of
Was it
following.
a bird or was it a dragon? I thought it was a dragon.
No, I'm pretty sure it was a bird. No, there wasn't a dragon following us. We saw a few dragons on the way, but wasn't it a crow or something? There was a bird or something following us. I can't remember. My brain doesn't work
Something, but
today.
I can't remember.
Hmm.
Okay. You continue
We'll keep
on,
an eye out.
watching for it there. At one point, you will see another dark shape, a second one that seems to go after the first one. Like you see them, like now, like one shape is now moving. Another dark shape, sort of like basically on the distance there, is getting closer, and then it seems to actually go after the first wing shape, flying shape that you see out there. This will give you a perception to see any details.
One of the centaurs has a bird, doesn't it? He has like a big crow thing.
Well,
Maybe.
I think he did.
Yeah.
I don't know
maybe
for
it's
sure.
that.
You mean that one?
Yeah, that one there with the bird. Yeah, because at one point it flew over and landed on his arm, didn't it?
Yep, pretty much like that. So, it's off in the distance at this point there. You realize it's likely, I mean, it's still quite a ways away. It's not close enough to make out any details. The second shape that's giving chase now looks to be larger, but not quite as fast. The smaller shape is keeping its distance from it.
Should we go get it?
It banks sort of leaving it a chase. They're kind of banking it. So it's sort of like so distance wise here you realize where the second shape came pretty much from the southeast. Second one was a little bit more directly south. The smaller one, and now they're sort of giving chase. It's just sort of circling around, giving it pretty much a wide, just kind of keeping it busy essentially.
Okay.
Um,
When you say you want to go get it, what do you mean by that?
Help it. It looks like it needs help.
We don't know what it is or anything at this point. If we just keep an eye on it. When we get closer, if we think it needs help, we could obviously try to help, but I don't want to really draw any attention to ourselves if we don't have to. It's just it might just be predatory bird hunting some smaller birds or whatever, I don't know.
Yeah.
Or it might be something a bit more sinister, so
you can see kind of evidence with the 23. You will spot some details about the first one is definitely flapping wing. It is obviously it looks kind of like a hawk or a vulture or a normal bird-like thing. The thing following it is not. It is not
Okay.
flapping wings that you can see. It's larger, definitely. The thing following it there, and it's keeping pace. It's not quite catching up to the other thing. And so yeah, that's what you're spotting off in the distance there. It's just leading on a chase. Keep it in circles, like hitting elevation in there. As you continue traveling, you get definitely the smaller one dives toward the ground. It is starting to lose the race. Essentially, it's
Okay.
obviously. So the bird kind of dives toward the ground there and is trying to swoop there. The thing that's flying behind it there is definitely large size. It's big, and you realize the disparity in sizes there is becoming very obvious there. And the thing following it is definitely has more of an insectoid look to it.
Okay. I think we should intervene, Lucas. What do you think?
How far away is it?
At this point, I mean, it's within. You're probably within a mile or two at this point. I mean, you're getting closer. You're starting to make out some details, and yeah, the thing behind it is definitely more insect looking, and the thing that's chasing is definitely hawk looking.
We're heading roughly in that direction anyway.
Yes, you are. Yeah, it is in the direction you're going.
I'm worried it might be the bird that belongs to the orc.
We can pick up the pace then and head towards it.
Yeah, you can do so. What's your flight speeds? I think yours is 80. Yours is
90.
Okay. Yeah. So you're
obviously better than mine.
So, you will. So you kind of move in there. Let me see if it makes any kind of a perception check on this. I will make this one visible. No. And no. Okay. So, effectively, whatever the insect giving chase to the hawk, is. Like they are focused on their chase. They don't see you approaching. Those of you on the ground can kind of pick up the pace and kind of move along there, and kind of seeing that you're able to see what's happening up there in the sky. But it's obvious that the insect is starting to gain as it seems to have better endurance than the hawk does. You guys get closer there, and you will spot that yes, it is a ragged-looking hawk-like crow thing. That's very similar to this size here. Still a bird size there. But what you're seeing giving chase to it is the size of this. I'll make it smaller here. Excuse me. Make it a little much smaller. It isn't that big. It is sort of a reddish black winged insect. Wicked talons there, stinger on the back. It is and you can see now kind of the glowing under carriage there, so the thorax and everything else, the abdomen there is kind of fiery looking. You can see kind of a glow from it there as it's moving along. And with this, Lucas, you are give me actually. Essentially, its intent on the chase doesn't spot you guys, so you're able to get within range of it. Say 300 feet, roughly, as you seem to be moving faster than they are. So you can kind of move into pursuit there, keeping behind it as you move in there. About 300 feet now. You can keep closing the distance.
Yeah.
Anything farther range? Okay, so
and then get to about 240. I'm gonna Eldritch Blast it 4 times in the face, and go over here, and then instantly regret it.
Right. So, 240 feet. You can kind of go for those shots. Give me those four shots to see how well you do with them. Because you keep moving forward.
Yeah, moving forward.
At what range are you shooting for?
About 120.
Okay.
Seeing if there's a way of turning off that extra damage, but I'll just have to ignore the next.
Sure. Ooh. Yeah. 3 and 4. Yep. Good hits. Okay. So it's 16, 24, 27 damage. It takes the hits, and you realize now size wise there, it's about as big as you are. This thing is a little bit larger maybe. It's about as big as what you're riding, Lucas. Uh,
Yeah.
and it takes the hits there. It's kind of like smashed around a bit there, and then wheels around. The wings, insect wings, like flapping like mad. Kind of do that hover thing as it kind of turns around, spins toward you, looking toward you there. Lucas, you move in within 120 feet and go ahead and launch your attack.
Yep.
It takes the 4 hits and still intact.
No.
Excellent. With a total of 38.
38. Yeah.
Okay.
Raving.
Yeah. Essentially, it's sort of you can see as it moves around there. You line up your guiding bolt there and just pierce it straight through, and there's just this like gout of fiery, almost like lava that pours out of the front of it there, and the guiding bolt just continues and shoots out the back of it between the wings. It just sort of like stops and just falls out of the sky and crumples into the ground. By the time it gets to the ground, it's already kind of like flaking off, and fire bits are consuming it. It hits to the ground. The hawk then keeps going and then lands on this one little like scraggly looking tree that's kind of like sitting there lone out of the way there. And you can see it's obviously it slumps as it lands there.
Aww.
Having to exert itself and keep going there.
I've got no way to help it really.
It's not injured. It's just tired. It
Okay.
was flying for its life for quite a while there. But as you approach there, it does look it. You got a good look at the bird there. It looks it looks like that. It's this ragged cross between a hawk and a crow. Kind of like ragged looking feathers. This little like hawk-like face. It just sort of like looks at you, and it's just sort of like you don't see any intelligence. It doesn't start speaking or anything else exactly, but just sort of looks at you, and then after a bit of a time, as you're approaching on the ground, it will then take off and start flying again, but a little more southwest from the direction you were traveling.
Do we get the impression that it's been sent to sort of show us the way?
It will occasionally, as the ones on the ground are kind of fun, it will kind of fly up and around, kind of like fly up and slow down, and then come back down again. So, yeah, it seems to be keeping pace with you.
Okay. We'll follow it then.
Yeah. Follow it.
Okay. Those of you on the ground, you keep an eye on the skies. You don't see any more of those weird insect creatures, at least not at the moment.
Good. Can we?
Do those of us on the ground have any idea what's going on?
What's that?
Does those of us on the ground have any idea what's going on?
You see it happen. It's all up in the sky up there ahead of you, because they move faster than you. So unless you get your horses into full gear and double move,
Yeah.
You will get up there and you will find kind of a scorched spot in the ground where this insect burned itself away. Bit of like strange like blackened like chitin sticking into the ground a little bit there. The only remnants of it left.
Okay.
Chitin, gross. Maybe you should bring it with you. See if they know what it was.
It's not a body. It's like pieces of shell and like
Yeah.
it's a scorched thing there. Unless you give me survival checks on the ground there. They're gonna see.
I mean, if
I'm
the centaurs
grateful.
might recognize it, they might have encountered them before.
Okay, Tina. You will spot kind of where it landed there. There is one sort of like curved bit of black like chitinous material sticking out of the ground from where it's at there. Seems to be some sort of and it almost looks like a sword blade practically. It's like this curved black shiny bit sticking out of the ground.
Hey, I could use that as a blade for my dagger. It's got no blade in it anymore.
You're up flying around there. You don't see it on the ground there. You spotted this.
I will pick it up, but
Okay.
Don't touch
yeah,
the
I'm
end of it in case it's
gonna
stingy.
stick it in my bag.
Okay. As you pick up there, it is very like it's warm to the touch, not hot, but it is warm to the touch there, and you see it is like almost like it's the size of a scimitar. Actually, it's a little bit longer than a scimitar. It's almost like it's this curved thing there, and there's a jagged bit on the end where obviously it would have snapped off. It seems to be like like a part of a leg, maybe. It's not a stinger. It doesn't have anything like that, but yeah, it's almost like it's like a talon of a foreleg of it there, but it is edged. Like it actually will slice. You have to be kind of hold it kind of carefully as you realize that it will like cut easily. Not sure how long it would be intact, but you kind of maybe wrap it in some cloth there, stick it in your bag,
Nice.
Oh well, that's what I'll do.
and you can put down a hell wasp sword talon
Hell wasp sword talon. Got it.
is what it is.
Beautiful.
It will need a handle of some kind to be able to be used.
Mhm.
Because you realize
I've got a
if you,
handle.
I mean,
Hmm.
and it's roughly a good like it's a little longer than a scimitar. It's about maybe 3 feet long. Scimitar blades are usually about 2 feet or so. This is good, easily like 3.5 feet long there without a handle. It's just this like blade almost.
Sand wasp.
Hell wasp.
Hell
Hell
wasp. All one word. Hell wasp.
Yep. Sword talon. Yeah, the ground is all scorched around there. It's warm to the touch, not hot. It doesn't burn you or cause any damage there. But yes, there's just sort of like again some like little chunks of carapace around there of chitinous material, but no like no body. It's been burned away and gone. So you continue following. At some point, those of you in the air, kind of seeing where the hawk is going, it's doing a lot of like gliding at this point. There, it's not like flapping. It's kind of riding the wind there. It'll kind of like flap a little bit up there to kind of up into the wind there, and then turn and glide with the wind, trying to conserve its energy. After a pretty good travel there, you don't. You'll be. Let me mark where you're headed this direction on the map here. One moment as I draw this for you. All right. Okay. you're basically going roughly this way. And now you're kind of heading this direction. Hawk is leading you off in this way. And late in the afternoon, you assume, based on your travel time there, you will spot a... Whoops. Sorry. No. You will spot a clump of twisted trees. It looks something like this, a little bit more densely clustered, but roughly kind of zoom out a bit. As some kind of broken hills and everything else, you'll see this kind of cluster. It's a little more dense than that, but that's kind of the shape of these trees. As you approach there, there's a bit of it is very well hidden among the branches. These are about appear to be a good like 15, 20 feet tall, and then some of the smaller ones there. And you will see there is a cluster of well camouflaged like tents down kind of underneath them. It's a very large group of trees, quite a bit there. And as the hawk kind of swoops in, you will see kind of stepping among the trees there, you will spot the person that you will spot Kolkar, sorry. The hawk will then kind of swoop in, land on his arm, and he'll kind of raise up a hand to you as you approach.
I'm going to cast See Invisibility.
Yeah.
Look for any senses.
Okay. Something you'll notice there is there are small invisible things kind of flitting among the trees. It's hard. They seem to be like smaller, bird-like shapes. Not sure what those are, but there's definitely a number of them. As you approach the trees, there they are kind of like in among the branches or flying across there, zipping from here to there. You don't spot any scrying sensors or anything else. There's also it's not so much an invisibility thing, but there's definitely a bit of magic over the space that you're seeing among the trees. Kind of an obscuring type thing. Not a full invisibility, but definitely some sort of a like it's masking the presence of this space. Kolkar will kind of, hello. You have found step more torques.
You're breaking up a lot, Jim. We can't really hear you at the moment.
I see you pointing up at the sky.
There we go. Now we got
Yeah,
you.
he's back.
There you go.
Oh.
You're back.
Weird.
We lost you there for a sec.
Okay. You froze, but everyone else at me as okay, what's happening? Yeah. What the hell?
That was robot way of. God damn it.
Yep. Okay. No, I'm coming back. It'll be
It's all good.
weird. Okay. So to reiterate there, Kolkar, thanks you for like the ragged one. His ragged one found you. Weird.
Yeah, it was in a little bit of a trouble. There was some horrible bug thing chasing it, but we managed to to get rid of it for him, and he led us here. So, thanks.
Good. He is good at evasion. He's had a lot of experience with it.
Mm.
So, welcome to Refuge. And as you look through the trees there, you will spot quite a few, probably a good couple dozen orcs, maybe about 6 or so centaurs, kind of mixed among them, in these tents, kind of under the branches, kind of keeping out of view. And those of you, as you approaching on the ground, everything else, you realize it's as you get closer, like those of you on your horses as your way there, you see the trees, but you see nothing among like the people or tents or anything else. As you approach maybe about 60 feet or so, you start to see some of them. And then within about 30 feet, as you get to the edge of the trees there, you will start to be able to see all the people inside there. But effectively, it's very difficult in the but so and with this is catching tongue and you can tell them
No, Athena's getting tongued, and Raz can get tongued if he needs it.
Wow.
Lucas and I can already
Whoa.
understand the orcs.
Whoa.
Tongues, the spell
I-
tongues.
Yeah, okay. Okay, listen. So, I can speak their language now?
yeah
Or I understand their language?
You can speak with
Yeah.
them, yes.
Yes.
You will speak, and it will
So-
be weirdly translated like a Babel fish into their ears.
I don't want
you
those ears, but okay.
like it, not actually putting a fish in your ear. Effectively, you're speaking normally. They're hearing you in their language. They're speaking normally, but you're hearing them in language that you speak. And oddly enough, even though speaking common, you now understand perfectly clear. Regardless of what you're speaking, they can understand you.
That's good. That's good.
But for the first time, Athena sounds completely like no issue with any broken words or anything else.
This is the first time you guys heard it with Athena speaking with no broken common.
Yeah.
I sound very sophisticated.
First
Telephone
time.
voice.
Bring back old Athena. Please.
It's very disconcerting.
I'll ask him about the invisible things flying around.
They protect against anyone trying to they are very good at finding and destroying eyes.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So it helps keep this place hidden. And the obscuring, he will point to one of the other centaurs there, somewhat more, I would say more feminine looking there, similar attire and everything else, but she'll kind of like raise up a staff with sort of like little like bone charms and stuff hanging off it there, and she's gonna raise up a staff there, can obscure and hide in among trees or other nature-like things.
Nice.
Mm.
So, and at some point there, you will see then the other person that's there. You will spot Kilda, the orc
Hi.
with the scars around the eyes there, a bit savage looking there. but she's there, standing among some of the other orcs that are there. The orcs that are there are sort of a combination of a little bit more like leathers and more um, tribal looking things, like, very similar to what the centaurs are wearing. And then some you will see have uh, similar attire, metal armor, and everything else that you saw among the orcs in the Cauldron. And they're all sort of like watching you, looking. Some of them are they all have weapons, but they're not like brandishing them and pulling them out at this point there. But some of them are kind of like uneasily looking, like looking at you with the idea of, are we going to have to attack these people? Are they going to attack us? But no, there's no hostilities, at least among any of them. Kolkar, please, come in amongst the trees. We will speak.
How are the orcs handling it now that their way of life, the way they knew it, is now changed?
Which orcs? Which orcs do you speak of?
We'll point to all of them.
The ones that left the cauldron.
Yes,
Yeah.
the ones with Cauldron there. Essentially, Hilda will basically, these I went and helped some of them leave. Our intent is to go back and find more.
Good. Yes, you should definitely do that.
Yes, they are. Many are, and many are willing to fight as well, to leave, to attack, and to what you did these last days. And she'll point to one of them. He came to us yesterday. There is definite, and she kind of pauses, looking for the word there, disagreement among the population in the Cauldron. Some want to fight against the demons, some want to just flee. Some would be loyal, thinking to be rewarded in some way. It is too soon to know how many will do what. But there are those sort of groups.
Do they know Trex'yark has fallen?
Word seems to be, to like point to the other one there, as you're speaking in Orc, the one kind of like, word is spreading of this happening. Mm-hmm. We can also see that the breaks in the sky have gone off the demon towers.
So
there are
houses being closed.
It also and you realize that he's probably he wouldn't have seen like the fire and Trex'yark falling, but they're hearing of it now. It's word is spreading. Right. Mm-hmm. He sort of left right after it happened, essentially. And so I was there yesterday with there, so I wanted to bring news to here. Some of us will go back and spread word and find others who will fight. Encourage some to flee. Mm-hmm. Strike back at the ones who are loyal.
I don't particularly care if they stay or if they want to stay loyal. That's fine. We'll just, in the end, they're gonna find out we're gonna bash their brains in.
I mean, there are like thousands of demons and devils and things still there. So
Yeah.
the more people we have helping, the better. Even if it's just to cause a distraction, so we can take on.
There's and he will point it out there. Roughly, I mean, there are many hundreds of orcs, many hundreds of lesser, uh, foul ones. They are not. They are strong, but not, but not powerful. The hounds and the large ones with the bows, those are the ones to be careful of. And of course the ones flying up above. And he's wearing sort of like a breastplate of this like darkened metal. It's sort of like kind of the broad shoulders, pauldron sticking off the side there, and a breastplate down there. Some plates across the thighs. He does have sort of a wicked looking like mace that's roughly made. It's kind of a spiked mace on his belt there, and sort of a chunky wooden shield. Um, and kind of a combination of wood and metal. It's more like a wood frame with like metal slats stuck onto it there as a shield. You saw similar armaments among some of the other ones that were there. He does kind of look back over off to the east, and I had to leave my horse. I want him back, so I will go back. I will take him. He will not be left there to die and be food or killed.
Horses mean a lot to you guys, huh?
They are, and of course the ones that are half horse kind of chuckle a
I
bit
mean,
there.
I'm not talking to them, but
I
yes.
know. Yes, it is a last bit of our heritage. The one thing left to us. These many years. Horses have always been a part of us.
That's why Amethyst loves Bert.
um, Lucas, give me a perception check since you have so see visibility up. And yes, Amethyst, give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh my god. Okay. What did I do?
That's what you didn't do.
No, I mean,
Oh god.
okay.
Is it
So
against magic? Because I get advantage if it is.
yeah, it's magic.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll roll it.
Let's roll again. Okay.
Slightly better.
Effectively, so what ends up happening, so you kind of, Lucas, you'll spot this all kind of happening at once there. There's sort of a shimmering in the air as a scrying sensor starts to appear. It doesn't quite fully form, but even in the time it's sort of like warping the air around where it would be. Two of these little things in the trees, and they're like little birds, like roughly about the size of like a maybe a robin or something like that, or like a smaller size bird. There, go flying toward it and like fly through it, and it kind of the little thing that starts to shimmer into place there. It just sort of like wavers out and goes away, and they sort of flip back on the branches there and just kind of sit there and they are sort of a black coloring, something like a little starling or something like that. But they do have these bright, like orange eyes that sort of like glow a bit. Not like a hellish, like fiery looking thing, but more just sort of like amber colored eyes, and sort of glow slightly. You pop back down there and sort of like look around and kind of fade out a little bit. They sort of feel almost like they're fading in and out a little bit. And that they're almost kind of going ethereal, kind of winking in and out.
Alright. I will tell everyone what just happened.
You saw those of you said you because there may have spotted like a little bit of movement as you look up. You don't really see it very well. There's a little flash of movement, and it goes away.
Oh, what was the
And-
wisdom save for?
Crying.
Scrying center.
On me?
Yeah.
You'll
Really?
never know.
Well, and you realize that the people that cast scrying, you only have 2 targets they could really choose from that they know well enough to scry for.
Yeah.
The others is sort of seen in passing or heard about. At this point, so the ones that the only 2 viable targets for scrying that aren't going to be just like you have a massive bonus to the save would be you and Lucas.
Yeah.
But you also have very high wisdom saves, so scrying for you is not going to be easy in general.
Good. I don't want it to be easy.
Well, you succeeded,
Good.
and this place tends to also have some built-in defenses against scrying.
God, I wish I had scrying because I would be using it on them right now. I'd be just like, oh, right, okay. Guess what? No. But I haven't got it, so I can't.
Yeah, it'd be one of those things that, like, they have the cleric among the group there probably has a very good wisdom saving throw, and the
Yeah.
the wizard probably very good defenses against magic in general as well. So the 2 targets that you can scry for.
Plus 11, it's not terrible, is it? And I've got advantage against spells on me, so.
Yeah, that's to scry on you. To scry on them, you don't know what their bonuses are.
No, I don't.
But, yeah, they kind of so they're kind of point, and there is sort of a small like area for it to sit. There's no campfire going, but there are sort of there are like a table with some rations and some fruit and vegetables kind of set out there. That's being, I mean, it doesn't look to be a great fare at least, but it's you kind of motion there like, please have food, drink if you wish, rest, and Kilda and this other orc, other more recently, what are we doing? What is the plan? What should we do? It just seems good time to fight, to push, to make these things pay. The number of demon workers, they come and go, but they don't as much now.
No. Well, I can't get back anymore.
Yes. Not without summoning or other magics they have, maybe.
Mhm.
The human one, he can open up ways to bring more.
Have you seen any kind of undead
And
person there? Sorry.
And he calls him human, but you're not like, you realize that like he doesn't know what.
I know what he means. He means Corwin.
Yeah, as he's never seen an elf before.
Okay. We said before he looked like Lucas, so didn't he? He pointed to Lucas and said he looked like him,
Somebody else
so-
did. Yeah.
Yeah,
Similar.
because he's got the
Um,
ears.
And he doesn't, and doesn't know what the undead you're talking about. As he's never seen them up close.
Right. Very, very thin face, robes, and like hollow
Oh.
eyes and things.
The one that wears red, yes, he speaks with the others.
Yeah.
And never come down to the floor of the cauldron.
You know what?
Say.
Do you know what's terrifying? Sorry, it's just occurred to me that if he's a lich, there's going to be something that we need to destroy before we can probably kill him forever.
Yes, but trying. So, there's something now out. Something else we'll now have to find to destroy him. Like, isn't this stupid thing? And I'll pull out the hilt. Isn't this stupid thing enough?
Pull out
No.
the hilt of full render.
Of Trex'yark?
And they
From
like
Trex'yark, yeah.
the orcs that were all like they're in armor still, and
Mhm.
Keelda, they all sort of like back away from it all of a sudden, just like
Yeah. See?
And certainly spend some time trying to work out if it is something important.
I mean,
If I
it's
see
still
them
magical.
if I
It's-
see them
yeah.
freaking out, I will put it away. But yes,
Yeah,
can this
just
thing?
like looking, they all back away from you. Just sort of like they don't go for weapons. They just sort of like back away. Like they look afraid of it.
Well, that's proof we did what we said we did. There's the proof. Look.
I mean, yeah, it's like
Yeah.
the one like the one that's the most recent one that was doing the talking there, the one who arrived yesterday, is sort of like nods. Yes, the sword, the black blade. That is good that is no longer in their hands. Many were
No.
struck down by that.
No more.
Yeah.
The red-skinned one, he gave orders and he commanded us quite often, ranging out to go and find food, bring it back. If anyone did not do as he said, he would kill them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was not nice. The universe is a better place without him in it.
So I put it away,
Mm-hmm.
but like this sword, or used to be sword, killed a lot of your brethren, and no one thought to fight back when they first got here.
I don't know what you mean.
Like when they first arrived here, none of your ancestors ever decided to fight back against them.
Everyone who fought was killed.
Oh, okay.
And
Never mind.
if it wasn't for him, the other, the one with and he's like, the prince, he commanded
Baylor.
demons, and he has the devil. He's like, he came more recent, but the other has been here as long as any of us have ever heard.
Mm. Interesting.
Did you talk about Courtwain when he says
No,
the
he's
prince?
talking
Or...
Baylor.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
That's who they
And,
call the prince.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The prince commanded all the demon forces, tell them what to do. The devil, he commanded us.
Okay.
And many of the flying ones, some demons, some devils, they commanded the skies and watched, and anyone that did not do their bidding was killed. Other orcs still try to roam, to leave but they are never seen again. Those that try to leave are killed.
Well, it'll be easier once they're all dead, won't it? The prince.
Usually,
man.
yes. So you fight the prince and a human.
Yeah.
We take to the ground. It will be difficult. I don't know how many will rise up. Gilda was as many as we can. They have to fight for a change.
Yeah. And once they say they're on the winning side, they'll obviously be more willing to be liberated from the cauldron.
Maybe. The demons, they have been here so long. Even before.
Change is not always easy.
And one of the other orcs that was kind of keeping silent there, was also in armor. There's also something. There is a secret. Something we have seen.
Oh yeah.
To the south of the Cauldron, there is the old ruined city. Some of the flying ones go there sometimes. I had a friend who snuck out to see one of the horseless ones. He kind of sneers at that, but he is sneaky, a scout type person. He went south. He followed the flyers and went there and found the city, the ruined city. It is gone, but there's something there, something strange. Looks like water vessel. And those of you with tongues there will actually hear the word whatever he says come through is more like ship. Ship. But in the city.
Oh,
Is that
In
the
the
airship?
city?
that's the airship,
That's
isn't
the
it?
airship, yeah.
Yeah. How does that look? Well, it was his friend who died, huh?
Oh,
Yep.
yes.
You know what it looks like.
And
I meant what condition is it in right now?
like I said, it is a ship. It's not in the water. It's in the city.
That might be
Yeah.
important. That might be where it is.
Do you think he'd put it in some place so obvious, though? He's smarter than that.
Don't know. Is he?
You know, the Cauldron, obvious to who?
Yeah.
To us.
It's no one's there though.
Right, but it's
Except devils
obvious.
and demons.
But it's obvious to us. Like, why would he, knowing that we were coming, why would he leave it there?
Because he thinks we'll die before we find it. He thinks he's smart, but not smart enough. He thinks that he's not gonna lose. He thinks they're gonna survive this and we're gonna die. He's smug about it. He said it to us. He looks forward to killing us, to ending our lives. That's what Trex'yark said too. And it's not going to happen. They're just stupid in their smugness. As intelligent as they are.
It's a trap.
I know. That's what I was trying to say without saying it. Thanks, Raz. I appreciate it.
Anything that is too obvious is a trap.
Okay. So, this is what you kind of had to work with so far. Yeah, so here's what you the information that some things are out there. He will what you get, the other information you get just from kind of the things there is that when he speaks of the human whatever he's talking about Corwin obviously as you work out there. He's never seen down on the canyon the canyon floor. He's only ever seen up there. He never appears down at the base. The Baylor is often seen among their kind of effectively talking to all the foremen, the overseers, whatever you want to call them. The Orthun tend to act as the overseers of the ground forces. The hounds run around and sort of like do kind of act as like watchdogs slash attack dogs essentially. And the mains and the Dretch demons just sort of like are laborers to lug things around. But the Corwin is never seen on the ground floor. And the red robed one is never seen among them either. Like they've been spotted up on the balconies essentially of they're looking out over the canyon of the cauldron itself. So now that the person that spends most of the time ordering around the orcs is gone, there's the indication is a possibility that more might rebel, as that kept them in line for the most part.
Yeah. Once the Baylor's dead, there's less things to be frightened of, isn't there? There's just, a guy in a weird-looking freak in a red cloak.
Yeah, no big deal.
No big deal. What I mean is, 2 orcs, devils and demons are scarier, and I guess, and more like.
Oh yeah, to them, yeah, exactly. You get the impression there. Yeah, they're just like, I mean, they're smart enough to see what's going on up there, and they're the ones giving orders. Like, I mean, they're the ones in charge. They know nothing. They know very little about them. They are seen coming and going, but they know they don't interact with them at all.
Yeah.
Are there questions or anything else here?
Is there any way to find out where a phylactery is?
I mean, you've encountered one before, but it kind of made sense based on where it was at. The Lich among the Topaz Dragonkin kind of had it near a resting place. It was probably one of the most well guarded areas around.
Yeah.
It can be pretty much anything. It can be. I mean, so it's potentially it would register as magical, but not be obvious about it. It could be a magic item. It could be something that's there. It could be very well hidden. It likely is very well hidden.
I'm assuming it would have a necrotic aura as well.
Potentially.
Potentially. That's if he is a lich. We don't even know he definitely is, do we? We know he's old, and we know he's probably undead. And we know he looks like he's some kind of meaty skeleton.
I'm not quite sure what a lich is, as I've never seen one.
Yep.
But I can gather somebody that's been dead for this long has to be some type of undead to begin with.
Yeah. Because he was human as well, wasn't he? And humans do not live as long as he's been around.
Yeah.
Not even anywhere near. Even magical humans.
Yeah. And he was old. I mean, he was elderly. That 90 years ago.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I mean, there's lots of magical ways to prolong your life and everything, but I mean, the fact is, I mean, he'd be well, like, at least, I mean, based on the description and the pictures and the things you saw of him, he'd be well over 100, probably well over 150. So, yeah. Whatever he's doing, it's easy to assume Lich. So, what shall we do? Gilda looks at you. Do we light this fire? Is there any more fuel to add first? Anything we should do in the meantime? We can try to spread more unrest to get more support. But it would take time.
I think it's time to start arming up and getting ready to charge in.
Charge in? What do you mean, just charge in?
I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about us.
Let's see, the five of you charge in? You would just think to charge in amongst thousands of demons.
No.
And devils.
I mean, we did sort of, kind of last time.
We can drop in from
Not
the
even
sky,
remotely.
can't
You snuck in, closed two rifts, and ran away. Then you snuck in, went down into the hallway, waited a while, and then took out a few guys and flew away again.
They don't know that.
We strategically left. Strategically. No run. Strategic.
we? We closed.
They know they have seen. He knows he has not seen any fighting had taken place.
We closed 3 rifts and we killed one of the big guys. I'm quite pleased with what happened, although I do wish we'd have closed that earth one on the way back out, but then that might have been problematic in the state that we were all in when it comes to...
Thousands of flying demons chasing us. That might have been a bit of a problem. Yeah.
No, they were chasing the bloody rock.
Which we were on.
If F hadn't turned up with the rock, we could have quite easily done it on the way back out, I think. But he came and that was it. Then there was thousands of them.
Well, I mean, by that point, when Trex'yark fell, that's like things were happening. I mean, like like you saw things were like massing above you too. So when he's like there were a lot more devils and stuff coming like above in the rift coming out of there up there. Yeah. So it was yes, they were a lot were trailing them, but they were also kind of like forming up around there. He sort of flew through them to get you and get out. So yeah, it wasn't like he brought them to you; they were on their way. But yeah, it was everything went crazy when you killed the devil person.
Yeah, it sure did.
Like
you can make it go crazy again.
That's fun though.
Kick the hornet's nest, basically. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, but like lots of those demons must be thinking, well, he's not around anymore. I don't know, maybe. Because I know devils are like lawful evil, aren't they? And demons are chaotic.
The demons still have their people in charge, though. Baylor's in charge.
I know, but once the Baylor falls,
oh sure.
I'm wondering if they're just going to go. Should we just go? Should we just leave? Because no one's bossing us around anymore. Fuck it. But maybe not. Maybe they'll just want to eat us for dinner. Who knows?
Except the demons don't have a way home.
Ooh. That sucks for them.
Yeah.
They're stuck.
We could potentially help them to get back.
By killing them, yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Or banishing them, or, I don't
Yeah.
know.
There's definitely ways to get rid of them. Yes, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, without a rift, they can't just like come back through, or send
No.
more reinforcements through. So, yeah, they can't retreat at this point. That's for sure.
Mhm.
And they're not going to the hells. That would be real bad for them.
Mm-mm. I don't know. So do we want to try and like regroup? Like get the vampires with us?
What? No,
No? Okay.
they aren't going to get involved.
Why
You
is
sure?
this drooling?
I mean, I could.
also a long way away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're
Oh,
down here. The vampires are way up here.
Listen, I don't presume to know anything about vampires other than they've got sharp, pointy teeth.
They
Okay?
you like,
So,
and they can't travel when the sun's out and stuff, and where are they going to go? What are they going to do? Just sun's coming up. Shit, I'm miles away from. Oh, I guess I'm going to die now. Bye.
listen, I don't know what they're capable of.
Yeah.
I don't know what next steps would be. I know we can't sit around here waiting all day trying to figure it out either.
Well, I mean, everyone, the everyone is on high alert, and there now.
Yep.
I was able to sneak away only because it was dark and there was everyone distracted. I left in the cover of darkness, and so yes, it was quite difficult to make it here by the time you arrived. See, yeah. So basically, he said he left the night after, like as soon as night fell after you attacked and you guys were gone there, he began essentially trucking it out. Um, Along with Keelda, she had been there with him, so she brought him back. So,
I don't know, do we want to head for the airship, maybe?
That sounds like a plan if there ever was one.
It's worth looking, I think, before we try and take on Rary.
Also give them a couple more days to plan, get more people on our side.
Mm-hmm.
Or against the demons, at least.
okay. So, you it is not it's getting closer to dark at this point. So because we've been traveling throughout the day to get here and everything else, and so you got here late afternoon. So during all the talking and planning here, as you kind of start thinking about discussing what you're going to do here, the sky will kind of like wipe out to darkness, and it will be nighttime. So
Is it still doing that funky sky thing again?
to the east a bit, you can definitely see it. From here, you can kind of look over now, and so it's definitely off in as you are here. Off in this direction, yes, you definitely see kind of that. It's a bit of a kind of a orangish, fiery wavering, along with some weird shadows that move. It's a little less chaotic than it was. Oddly enough, it's almost like this. The horizon is slightly on fire, like sort of the campfire there, with a bit of shadow moving through it,
Okay.
as opposed to the weird, chaotic, weird light show you were seeing initially.
If they're doing watches, I'm going to take one of them.
They seem to always be who's ever there. They do take watches. It is quiet here. I mean, other than the wind whipping through the trees and everything else, they don't speak loudly. No one. There's no shouting or clanking of equipment, or they don't seem to be doing anything that would draw attention to them. Okay.
You said they were taking watches.
Oh, right. Gotcha.
Dear Lord.
Come on, get into Doe's head, why don't you?
Can't. It's impossible. Can't
I
do it.
think I live there these days. It's scary.
Sorry.
I want to
So-
go home.
So,
At any point during your watch, there will be some people awake. There are some of the orcs, some of the centaurs. So if you wish to talk with any of them or ask them questions about anything, feel free. So yeah.
what does tongues last that long?
No, it's only an hour at this point now. I will say though, give me intelligence checks. Those of you who, as you kind of do this. Okay, nice. Okay, nice. Okay, so Raz, you're not picking up much in the way of language, but you're somewhat insightful, and you have decent insight, don't you?
Insight? Yeah, I have insight.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So, I mean, you're picking up a lot of body language. You're basically you're kind of getting a good read on people in terms of like who's in charge and all that. But word wise, you're kind of picking up a word here and there. Athena, between using tongues and kind of the time you spent in the River Grove tribe there, as you didn't take tongues then. You guys are picking up a little bit of the words. Lucas and Amethyst, you know a lot of languages, and there seem to be some common roots among the common language you know. Orcish really, I mean, again, this is from 1,000 years, but Orcish and Common have the same roots essentially. This was all one continent. And the humans and orcs were neighbors. So there's enough to pick out there that you're picking out words and phrases. Enough that you can get a basic understanding of what they're saying in orc. Not enough to be fluent in it or to carry on a conversation even, but you're it's sort of that picking up that stage there. And we'll just call it, I mean, those of you, anyone here and who are watching out there, the scene from the 13th Warrior of Ibn hearing the Vikings talking around the campfire night after night after night, just picking out little bits of words and phrases. So you're starting to get a little bit here and there. Obviously, if you're most of them are not. Centaurs tend to speak it to each other, but then speak orc to everybody else. You're just starting to get a little bit of the phrasing. Athena, since you have a little more practice out there, you get a little bit of the same thing. Like you're picking up words, you're picking up enough there, but it's extremely broken in terms of your understanding. But enough to kind of make a few phrases and words to pick out. So, among the orcs that are from the Cauldron, the phrases you pick up from them are words like finally and fight and remove or reclaim, more likely. So the words you're picking up from what they're saying. So there's obviously a very eagerness to them, like they want this to happen. So if there's anything you wish to speak to them about, you definitely can. Amethyst, you have using Manatech for tongues? That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
Then roll me a d6, and Athena, roll me a d6 as well. Okay.
Uh,
You will get 3 charges back for your mana tech there. And with this, as the long rest takes place, Athena, you get 4 charges back. So you have
Nice.
you're fully charged up again for the non-detection.
Mm-hmm.
So make sure you know how many times you used it. So
I only used it twice and I got 2
discuss
charges.
or
Mana tech, there it is.
okay. As the long rest takes place, the nighttime.
Sorry,
Yes,
Jim. I wanted to ask him a question. When this is all over, what are your plans?
Okay. Um. the- Uh. it- So they don't quite understand what you're saying because you're trying to pick the words and phrases out that warn off at this point. So, sort of like you, and there's a bit of. See if they can pick out what you're saying.
See if we can pick out what he's saying as well.
I got it.
Okay.
He's gonna see if we can. They understand what I mean by what are our plans after this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Effectively, so between your 17 and pay the words and phrases there and his initial 20-year-old, when you're talking to, you get that word, and you realize it's like reclaim, and reclaim lands, and a word that you realize is freedom. And he sort of like waves his hand toward the horizon as he says freedom. And and just says kind of a word you don't understand the word, but you get impression he's out like something like pride.
Yeah, that's important. I get that. As I wandered through the fields and the mountains looking for my sense of freedom.
And he sort of looks off, kind of looks off in a direction you kind of like up the hills and mountains are to the north. As you say the words there, he sort of looks at you and nods. And with that, as we do cut to, and I'm freezing up here, we will cut to break. I will reset my router, and hopefully it'll fix things. But we'll be back in a few minutes as we figure out your next step. See you soon, folks.
Mhm.
Hello, welcome back. Hopefully I'm a little bit better now. I don't know. I know I had a hard time there in that first part there with my internet kicking us in and out. But you guys are still at the refuge with the orcs and the centaurs, and you have the ability. You have a chance to talk to some of them if you want more. I think you got a little information about what they want. But you have a plan of where you're headed next. So as the watch as the watches pass uneventfully for the most part, you're able to wake the next morning and choose your next path.
To the airship.
I'm hearing this word pride from these orcs.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing that means that they're like proud of their lands, and they're like, this is their lands, isn't it? This part where the cauldron is, it's their lands that have been taken over,
Mm-hmm.
and they want to reclaim it. They want it back.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if we do come across any other orcs, I think we should kind of like use that, like, try to let them know that what they want is what we want too. We want their freedom. We want them to have their lands back, for them to reclaim them, and for everything to go back like it's supposed to be. Rather than this, which is just an abomination, isn't it? It's just horrible. Hell on earth, literally.
Especially here. I mean, what you saw is it's not like that. I think that everywhere here is just pockets and problems, and you don't know what it's like further to the west. Unless you haven't gone inland or anything else. But there's no way to really know what's going on that direction.
No. But probably more rifts and stuff. But I mean, this is just awful, isn't it? This is because of Rary and Corwayne and everything else that's going on here.
Mm-hmm.
This has got to be the worst spot on the whole continent, surely, as far as I can imagine. We hope.
Well, I mean, Yorlock was pretty bad too. I mean, what happened up in the Elven lands was horrible too. There's like an undead central up there.
Yeah.
The entire Highland city was crumbled into ruins.
And there were those icy dragons up there as well, and there was that black dragon over there, and
yep.
Yeah, but I think this is pretty crazy. And
yeah, this is definitely worse. This is definitely bad. No doubt about that.
I think if we can use tongues before we set off and just kind of try to inspire the orcs, try to reassure them that that is what we want too. We want their lands back for them. We want everything to go back, and we're not here to take over. We want to free them. We want to make everything back to normal, and we want to go back to our own lands.
Mm-hmm.
We just want to stop these evil things from being here and doing all of the awful things that they're doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, none of these folks have known anything other than this. I mean, there's whispered tales amongst the elders, and of things that their elders told them and their elders told them. Because, I mean, it's been 1,200 years, so
yeah.
The fact that they have any sense of this was their land or anything else, that is kind of amazing.
Yeah, definitely.
And
all right.
And Raz, I mean, what you had spotted in the cauldron there, it's like, yeah, basically you have like that whole thing, that whole like canyon there was formed because of the rift. Like literally, like was uplifted because of the elemental plane of earth and carved out because of the elemental plane of fire, and the demons and devils and everything else coming through. That's been there for a long time. It obviously was accelerated, but that canyon wasn't there originally. It was all formed because of the rifts that were there. Right. So
It's a very nice
Um,
canyon.
Could be maybe
No.
when it's cleared out, it'll be something
If
nice.
you're a dwarf, I'm just saying. Very nice canyon.
Not till all of the devils and demons and flames and things have gone.
I agree with you, Raz. It's a
They,
nice
they just
canyon.
they just been mining it wrong. They just need to dig better. They could
Mhm.
find stuff in there. Build a village. Have baby demons.
What? No.
Oh.
They don't need to be doing that.
That's kind of where the teepees are coming from.
Stop it.
The teep orcs. Yep.
It just sounds like orcs with lots of teeth.
Yeah, no doubt. Oh, and of the orcs that are here, there are no pure-blooded orcs at this point. I mean, these are all either Genasi orcs or Tiefling orcs. Like they all have some sort of like other planar bit about them. Whether how much depends on obviously bloodlines or heredity and everything else like that, but it's like they all have some sort of either fiendish or elemental type part of them at least that you can see. So, Keelda will essentially he will go. I will take some back to spread the word. I will make sure that they are prepared for what will hopefully come to pass. To know that you are going to disrupt things even more, and that they should wait until that time. I don't have to take too long because I fear that a rebellious spirit among them will get stamped out if it's discovered. So, if we wait too long, you may miss our opportunity. If the leaders get wind of what they're doing, it will go badly for them, very much so.
Yeah.
And
Maybe we should go straight there.
Mm-hmm. We are going straight there.
We talk about going to the airship, though.
Yeah, well, we can travel faster than they can.
This is true.
And
Well-
Kolkar was like, we will maintain the refuge to make sure that they do not that there's a place for those to come and leave if they wish, or come and get the information and be able to come and go. It is the more time we spend here, the longer. I mean, we have ways of disguising, obviously, but we will be discovered over time.
Mm.
So, as if a mass group leaves and comes this way, we will not be able to stay hidden forever.
Yeah.
At some point, we will have to retreat and move on or go somewhere else. But we will let you know if it comes to pass.
Yeah, and we'll let you know how things are going.
So, oh, sorry, you guys are here now. So, are we heading down toward the city or heading over to the Cauldron? Which are you doing?
To the airship, right?
The city. How long will it take us to get to the city, do you reckon?
Via rock one day. Via, you could push through there and get there after nightfall if you took your horses. It is roughly a full day's worth plus to go on ground. With the rock, you get there while it's still light, and the rock is ready at this point. Although, Amethyst, are you going to give it back to Athena and switch back to your equipment again?
So I haven't got it.
You had it in order.
You do have it.
You had to attune it to use your spell slot, to use your hit dice to shorten the cooldown.
Oh, did I? Is that what I did? I didn't know.
That's
Okay.
Yeah, I threw it back to you, so you have it in your possession.
Oh,
For the
I
moment.
can give it. I can give it back to you if you want.
Nope, I'm good.
I mean, someone needs to have it in order to call the rock and use it. So
Oh.
who's it going to be?
I mean, does anybody else want it or
No.
attunement? Oh, okay.
Okay, someone's giving up a attunement slot then. That's fine.
Apparently, let me. What's the thing called?
Rock.
You can just search
The item.
Yeah, it's a figurine wonders power. The basalt rock.
Put it in the VTT for you. Wall of text.
Yeah, no, I'll hide it once you. But it's a lot there.
It's fine. I know how to spell it.
Cool. Being sure. All right, so, and if you're not calling it up, you don't need to leave it. No, don't need to make it attuned. It's just in order to call it, command it, and recharge it, you have to be attuned to it.
Well, if she doesn't want it back, then I'm gonna have to.
Or someone else can, or we can work it out amongst ourselves. Yeah.
I just asked and everybody said yes.
Anyways,
Okay.
shove out that rock and let's get on it.
She's got to figure what she's doing tuning first.
I thought she said she had something that she could unattune from. The hag coin.
What did you attune to?
Then I said I didn't have the hard coin attuned, and I'd have to unattune that thing that gives me an extra +8 to my damage every time I do a damage roll.
I'll take it.
But it's only temporary anyway, isn't it? I can change it back once
Yeah,
we
as long
get
as
to where we
during a short rest, yes. Or
Rest
Raz
and
can do
he'll
it.
take it.
Yeah.
Have you got an attunement slot?
I can give up one.
You should have 6, Raz.
Yep, they're all full.
I don't know. At this point, it's hard not to.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I haven't used a mace much. Well, I finally used it that battle,
Mm-hmm.
and it worked too because it was under 25 afterwards and just exploded it. It has to be under 25 hit points, so why wait? So a rock.
Okay. So Raz, you have a big bird. Well, it's a little bird now because it's a statue. A chunk of dark stone in the shape of a bird.
Figurine of wondrous power, basalt rock.
Yep, that's the one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to add it to my folding boat.
Nope. Don't want to leave it in there.
Yeah, you could put the figurine on top of it and float it down the water, though.
Mace.
It'd be fun. Attach a rope to the rock's foot and just get towed behind it in the boat.
Right?
Attunement. Now attuned to something else.
Okay. So, are you calling up the rock then?
Is it going to be mad it's got a new owner?
No.
Seem to.
It didn't seem to
Birdie,
bother
birdie. I count
not-
1, 2, 3, birdie.
So, essentially, the rock appears. You're able to hop on it and take off. Effectively, yeah, just launching up into the air. You'll see Kolkar's bird sort of like squawk and flap its wings a little bit. Just kind of get a little bit of hawk kind of croaky cry. As this gigantic bird appears nearby it and takes to the sky. You'll see him kind of like give a little thing here, and it'll fly up there and kind of fly around this thing. It's this little tiny like hawk-like thing there flying around this rock the size of a building. And you'll be able to head off in the direction of the ruined city. Um, you don't see any like major activity initially, but over the course of the day, flying there, you will start to see a large area that looks like it may have been a city at one point. It are chunks like it's hard to see exactly. There's slabs of stone. It may have been walls that are all sort of crumpled and cracked uh, in various ways. It's not really like recognizable as a city from a distance there, other than the fact that there's a large uh, pile of like what used to be walls and what were buildings. None of the what seem to be structures are large. Like maybe 2 stories at most. They're very squat, flat, broad buildings. That are what's left. At least what's left. Um, Nothing is really intact or standing. However, as you start to like as you start to get closer, you'll make out that there are sections of the ruined area that have been either cleared or brought back up or cleaned up in some way. Um, while it looks to still be mostly rubble, it appears that stone shape has been used to sort of reshape areas and clear rubble and move things. Um, and from the sky, high enough up there, you will see that one of the large, flat, squat buildings has no roof. From the ground, you would look like a building there, but it has no roof on it there. And nestled within that building is what appears to be a large, well, I mean, a decent sized looking ship. It is hard to, again, from a distance there and from high enough up to not be noticed immediately. Um, it's hard to tell exactly how big it is, but as you get closer, you'll be able to tell it's a little larger than yours, than Serenity. A different style, and it has no. You don't see that it has a mast or anything else on it. Like you don't see masts or sails or anything else. Maybe it may have at one point, but it doesn't seem to currently. So, any conversations you want to continue having? Anything you want to plan as you start to approach? That's what you see in the distance and from a height. There you go.
Are there many creatures around?
And you're seeing buildings from a long distance off.
Okay.
You don't see a flock of anything flying around in the sky as you approach there. You just see mostly ruined city, and you will spot where the ship is located within that ruin. So you can see you're still having conversations. So
Yes.
let's go out
So
and kind of make some plans here.
these are goofy conversations. I don't know that
It's
you
nothing useful. Nothing useful.
So the buildings that are out there, I know that they're like mile off or so.
Yeah.
But are those like our type buildings, or are they like ruin type buildings?
They're mostly ruined. You
Okay.
don't see nothing's really intact, and it's not like. And what was there is mostly like maybe 2 stories at most, like large, flat, squat buildings. Not the
Okay.
like, taller buildings you would see. They're not structures like fortresses and all that. This was a broad, flat city.
Because even 1,200 years ago, they didn't have the technologies to build up. Okay.
Or different building techniques or anything else. These are very different. Think about the city, kind of cities that a society based around horses would make. Not a lot of tall buildings and people that ride horses everywhere.
I'm guessing the stuff that's still standing still looks like it's long abandoned. It's all just like crumbly and
Yeah, there's very little that's actually standing. Like nothing is like, oh, that's a perfectly intact building. It's like partially crumbled, roof collapsed, something like that's there. Just what drew your attention to where the ship is the fact that the ground around that area is cleared. There's little rubble. It's been obviously cleared away, and that building, the walls just are more intact than the rest of things around it. There are a few other as you do start to get a little bit closer. There are some smaller ones that are obviously a little more intact to the point where you could actually be sheltered from the elements. There's enough of a roof there that you're not going to be like exposed to the wind and or rain if there is any. And so you basically kind of get out of any sort of other weather. But it's not like there's a lot of things around. As you get
See, if
close,
I was Sora, I would be wondering if my spider senses are tingling, but as I am not.
no, Sora would be able to hit them from this far away.
Oh, she would try.
if
Oh, yeah.
only we had a cleric.
Yes,
For
if
what?
only.
Yeah.
I'm gonna-
Cleric
ask
to
him?
do what?
You have spider senses?
No,
Not from this far away.
Not from this far away.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna cast Foresight on myself.
Okay.
We've been in undead cities. And we were in one that we didn't know we were in one until we realized we were in one. Does this look like something that they would be in?
Give me a perception. See what's.
Wow. My perception is not all that great. Okay.
I mean,
Booyah.
you're asking me if to look at something and recognize it. So yeah.
Yep.
I mean, there's a lot of stone. You don't see. There's no weird ghostly lights. You don't see anything floating through the walls or anything else like that. It's not like it's really. It looks ruined.
Okay. I don't think there's a problem, guys. Let's just go.
I'm gonna cast See Invisibility as well.
Okay. So.
And you know
And-
what I'm going to cast? Absolutely nothing. Because I don't do spells. Except for non-detection. Ooh. Could we do that on the bird on the way in?
I mean, the bird that wouldn't be able to be detected, but it's not like it's not how that worked. you can cast it on a place, and 10 feet around that place is fine, and you hit it on the bird, so the bird can be detected, but yeah, it wouldn't work that way.
What if we do it on a place on the bird?
Then the rest of the bird would be detected, but you wouldn't be on the bird.
Okay.
And the fact is, some of you are riding in one claw, some of you are riding in the some of you are on the other in the back. So you're not like,
yes, we're not.
like
no,
you're not all within 10 feet of each other on this bird. So
All right, let's just go in then. I'm as prepared as I can be as I pull out Athena's great axe in one hand and the other, I believe she's a hammer, in the other.
the rest you
No.
go.
The non-detection.
Mm-hmm.
How many times can you cast it?
It's a manatech, so it's on my boots.
I'm
Twice?
just wondering because he's
Yeah,
only
twice,
really
it's
been
just-
scrying on Lucas and me. So I was wondering if maybe it might be. I don't know. I was just thinking out loud, I think. Never mind.
It
Carry
wouldn't-
on.
How about if when we land, I'll click my heels and cast them on you?
Because if they scry on us while we're here, he's going to send things to straight away, isn't he? Let's face it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can cast it on you. I mean, I'm assuming you all told us that you were scryed on the last time.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So then, when we land, I'll cast it on you.
Okay. So where are you landing this thing? And how do you want to
Well,
approach?
Raz, that's up to you. It's your bird.
Can we land it on the
Want to
ship?
land
Yeah.
close, on ship, under ship,
Okay.
scuttle ship,
Um,
climb in from below.
it's in a building. it's surrounded by stone on all sides. There, it's literally literally set down inside of a building. That has no roof.
No roof.
Yeah, basically.
Must
So
have been on fire. We land with no roof on next to the ship.
Awesome.
okay. All right. So the bird swoops in. I mean, you can't go in stealthy on this. So basically, you will see as so actually so as you're approaching, everyone else can be in perception checks. As Athena was trying to spot undead, no one else looking for anything else. So let's see what else.
A safe place for Rock to land.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely be having a look around because we are all expecting something to be here, I'm sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Not Athena. She's seated on the rock. She's like, there's no undead here. Nothing to worry about.
Raz will wave his hand in front of Athena. No one dead?
Okay.
No.
All three.
Okay, okay.
No undead.
Ha, Lucas, I beat you that time.
No undead.
Okay. So.
No.
Okay. So I will. So one thing, as you do approach, the rock is moving in there, and is it still? Are you still approaching at daytime? Or are you gonna wait until night falls? Because that'll make a difference as well.
I guess whatever time it is right now that they said let's go in.
Okay, well it's daytime then, because you got here less. As
Mhm.
I said, the rock gets here in less than before night falls. The horse will get here after night falls. So you fly in, the rock swoops in. Lucas, because you have seen visibility up there and you rolled a 20, you will spot a impressive number of imps all around because imps are devils. And Amethyst, you will spot in some of the buildings in and around. There's definitely movement as you approach. The rock is, I mean, you're still a ways off, but as you do start to swoop in, Lucas, you will spot the imps starting to kind of like seem to be moving in motion invisibly around the area, but you can still see them anyway. And some other things are in motion in some of the buildings and among the ruins that you see around there. So some definitely fiendish looking things. So you want to just go in? What is the plan here? I say some because you're seeing movement, not things swarming out.
Y'all wait too long. Athena's just gonna jump and go, y'all.
Oh, let's obviously tell people there's imps around, invisible.
Okay.
Shall we
So-
fly around again or continue to land?
Maybe we should wait till night. I don't know.
As the rock goes into slow motion.
Maybe they'll go back to the cauldron at some point.
Probably not imps. It's quite. How far is it from the cauldron to here?
It's a good. Well, it'd be a good a day solid ride. Day and a half to 2 days, depending on 2 days on foot.
So the imps are here. They're not flying back and forth to the cauldron at night time.
How do you know?
Also, I can't see at night.
Oh, you got no dark vision? I thought you did.
Mm-mm.
I thought you had an item with it on.
I have been looking to see, and then I remember Sora had the goggles that let her see at night.
But Sora left her stuff with me, and you were going to take what you needed out of that. So,
Sora took her goggles with her?
did she? Okay. Okay. That
Okay,
was
so
helpful.
I need to know what. Are you just going to charge in and fight whatever happens to be there, or are you going to try to peel off and then sneak in and figure out what's going on?
Well, if anything has the ability to communicate with Rary, he'll know that we're here. And that's what I'm most worried about.
So why don't we peel off, sneak in?
You'll have to sneak in, yeah.
Okay.
Well, the other option is to go really high and just drop in.
Oh, I'm all for that one. Let's do that one. That one sounds stupid, but let's do that one.
Let's not do that.
Yeah, sneak in then.
That sounds like more fun, but as I've
Right.
been told.
I make the
I
rocket
don't think
burn.
there's a way of just dropping in without being noticed.
Okay. So, Raz, you kind of bank the rock up before it gets too close, and it sort of banks up and flies off a little bit there. Nothing comes rushing out at you. And nothing becomes visible. Nothing comes out of the buildings. Nothing happens. Especially, whatever's there is content to wait.
Or they're guarding something.
That doesn't sound good either.
Yep.
All right.
The fact that this is heavily guarded tells me that it's important.
Yep.
It gives me all the more reason to believe that if there's a phylactery, it's here.
Yep. And I will point out that, let's see. Raz got a 24, Lim's got a 24, Lou's got a 20. Yeah, Raz, you also will spot some figures in some of the buildings. Again, can't make out details. You just kind of see some movement and see some shapes. But yeah, nothing comes out at you, so you spot them. There's nothing visible out exposed anywhere. And this is a city, so the ruins of a city, but a city nonetheless.
So we've circled out to
Yep.
come in.
Yeah.
We've landed.
You'll notice this place is not on the water. Like, the water is still further away. This is not a port city. There's not really the city is not built at the water's edge. It is built on a bit of a rise, and as you kind of bank up and around there, you can see that it kind of slopes down toward the water, and but it's not like on the water itself. So, you're gonna bank out and around a bit, and then you can land. Decide where you want to land.
What an odd way to build a city away from the water.
Why don't we land just outside the city, but close enough that we can get to a building and hide behind a building and sneak our way in that way?
Are there any trenches that we can see that would sneak us up to buildings?
Not really. It's kind of a bit of a rise at a bit of a hillside. So it's not a high hill. It slopes up toward where the city is at the top. As it slopes down toward the water in the east side, and it's on a bit of a rise that kind of like looks out over the plains or the grasslands to all other directions.
We land next to burning bush. I
Yeah,
cast Thermaturgy and make a fire.
Gonna make a burning bush. Okay.
Not real fire, but just Thermaturgy.
Okay. So you light a nice fire and land next to it. Okay. That's good. That's very stealthy. Yep.
I want to use seeming and make us look like something a bit more fiendish, maybe.
Yep, we're gonna look like something, all right.
Bit more, a little more description than that would be helpful.
Well, I guess like sort of the orcish tiefling type things that we've seen. The people, rather, not things.
Okay.
Because it has to be humanoids, doesn't it? So we can't go like full on fiend, but I think with seeming it's like this guy's self, isn't it?
double check. See. Lucas, tracking what you're seeing there. Pretty much as the rock lands, there are imps up on the wall watching you. They see the rock land. They can see this thing flying around, and so they're basically sort of like perched up on the wall, kind of like doing this kind of thing, like.
I don't see them. So let's just
Nope.
go in.
Oh dear.
I just stand behind the Goliath and keep pushing up the hill.
Can we all
I'm gonna-
become invisible?
Can you all become invisible? I mean, you definitely could, if you cast a high enough. You cast at a high enough level. Do you want to leave Esk with a rock again?
Yeah.
Okay.
It actually says you can't change a target's body type, so you must choose a form that has the same basic arrangement of limbs. Otherwise, the extent of the illusion is up to you.
Right.
And you
You
can
could
be
make-
1 foot shorter or 1 foot taller.
So you could make yourself into some kind of sort of devils. You've seen a bunch of different kinds.
Yeah.
So which kind do you want to be?
Just pick some of those that attacked us out on the plains, because they're likely to be out on the plains rather than.
Yeah.
You want to pick the ones that were the workers in the cauldron, because they don't roam about, do they?
No, we could do with knowing what's here, couldn't we, really? But I guess we'll just, those ones.
Okay.
Now
So
I'm going
you-
to have to look back on my notes at which ones they were.
So there were chain devils. There were
Right.
the ones that were throwing fire at you guys. Those were
Evil.
you've seen barbed devils.
Yeah.
You've seen chain devils. You've seen the horned devils.
Shall we be horny devils?
Those do fly.
You do need to get out of my head because I was just thinking the same thing. Would
Oh,
we
we
like
need
to be
something.
horny?
We probably need something that can't fly because we're not going to be flying, are we? Mainly we're going to be walking. At least all of us not going to be flying.
I mean, you have the carpet.
Yeah, the barbed devils were the ones throwing flames around, and they don't fly.
Okay. Let's go with Bob Devils then.
Okay. All right, so you can kind of make their again. So Athena a little bit shorter, Raz a little bit taller. You're not going to be all exactly the same, obviously, but yes, you can basically be barbed devils. All right, let me just see.
Do we-
Go ahead,
Jim,
what?
do we all have to be the same creature?
Look at the spell. When the person casting the spell can choose different ones, can't they? You don't all need to be the same.
Yeah, you give each target you choose a new illusionary appearance. Yeah, so we can be all be different, can't we?
Yeah, it's just the person casting the spell has to make the differences.
Okay. You want to be a horny one?
I can be a flying one because I can fly.
Okay.
He's a horny one, all right.
Me and Rob will be horny ones then, and then you two can be the barbed ones.
I
Let's
will
go.
point. I will point out one thing that because you're a smart person there. You sit on a carpet when you fly, so
I can fly without
you can
being
fly
on
normal.
top, yeah.
Then yeah, okay, perfect. Okay, yeah, it's like I've forgotten that you do that sometimes. So yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So you're going surfing now?
Okay. So do you guys start flying now, or are you gonna wait?
Let's go now.
Yeah, well, they've seen the rock land, haven't they? So, well, maybe something's happening out here.
We need to send the rock, though. We need to send the rock away for a while so that they think
He's
that
got
we
Esk.
left again.
He's got Esk on it, so that's a good
fly it
idea.
off.
Yeah, okay. Send us.
Okay, so essentially, you pop off, turn into devils, and then the thing flies away. Okay.
Yeah.
Lucas, you know these guys would all speak Infernal. Anyone speak Infernal?
I
Okay.
don't
Nope.
do-
Nope.
Yes.
Okay.
What? We learn
There you
something new
go.
about you every day.
Spokesperson.
Okay.
Wow.
Wait,
So-
which voice is this though? Okay.
So we have 2 Barb Devils, 2 Horn Devils. Let's see. I'm gonna make a test for the imps here to see if they are. These imps aren't super bright, but they have some insight. Oops, back up here. Let me open up this imp. There we go. I'm rolling insight. It's not that. What's going on here? It's not rolling the. There it is. Okay. The imps. I mean, Amethyst, you make a convincing illusion. The imp, um, uh, um, effectively kind of like look at you and as at this point they're sort of like watching the rock flying away. They're also Lucas. You're seeing all the imps kind of looking up there, kind of like saying like speaking to each other and pointing up there, even though they're invisible. Um, you can see, and then they sort of look back, and they seem surprised by the devils that are now walking toward the city.
I did use tongues before I went, and if we haven't been 8 hours, then that'll still be going, won't it?
Tongues last for an hour, doesn't it? Or is it 8 hours?
I thought it was 8 hours. Oh, it might be an hour.
Double check. Yeah, double
Sorry.
check. Yeah, no worries.
It's alright. I will tell them to get the airship ready to steal.
Don't tell them anything about an airship. They probably don't know what that's called.
It is 1 hour. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. So, if you speak Abyssal, you're going to get you'll get some words and phrases that might translate, but it's not going to get it. It's same. It's kind of like the same written language. They use the same alphabet, but the language is going to be different, like English and German. They both came from a similar root, but they have different sounding words and phrases and stuff, but more similar.
English.
Yep.
That's right.
So, you guys start
That's
to
that occurs.
wander in. Give me a deception or performance check. Since you're not sneaking in because they can see you.
Ooh.
Fame.
Either one of those things.
You know what? I would be a little performy. Mm-hmm.
Okay, go
I've
for
got a plus 12 on both of those. Thanks, Gildor.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
it. Okay.
Oh, that's not too shabby.
Not bad, not
Guess
bad.
I'm the weakest link.
Performance or deception.
Oh, the weakest link. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, look at having some low rolls today. Okay, so Raz, you're sort of like kind of like, and it's the thing is your form is like a foot taller than you normally are, and you have weapons. You know, just like put your shield away and kind of, so you look a little awkward as you're walking along, but you have Lucas and Amethyst kind of playing the part while not being the Horn Devils, as they see Athena and Raz not quite pulling it off. You can kind of like cuff them or do whatever you need to do to kind of get them into shape, and you sort of hunch back over and like walk like you're supposed to walk, essentially. Raz, you're kind of like racking your brain trying to remember like what did those things look like when they were throwing fire at me? They were throwing fire at me over and over again. So yeah, they're kind of like hunched over and everything. And we'll just put those pictures on the screen so you can remember what those look like. These are the Barb Devils, and these
Horrible.
are. Where are the Horn Devils? I know they're here somewhere.
Jim, as we're getting closer and closer to getting inside without the imps noticing us, I'm gonna elbow Raz in the side. We're doing such a great job! In a whisper.
Sure. What's going on here? Okay. Yeah, it's you You're not doing terribly. So yeah, those are what you look like right now. Is two of you are these guys, two of you are these guys. One of the issues that the Horn Devils aren't going to have their full weapon things, so because you can't make a weapon appear through seeming, but you can at least like be walking along there. So the imps, yeah, they're not bright. They'll sort of like fly up and around, and you kind of hear the little flap of wings, but you can't see where they're at. But you're able to walk into the city. And just to point out here, there's no gate that you're walking through. You're basically walking through a gap in the wall where the stone wall has collapsed. It has not been reformed or rebuilt or anything else. It's partially overgrown with scrubs and various like plant life kind of spiky things sticking out in various directions there. But as you walk sort of into the city proper, it's the ruins proper. You kind of move in through a gap in the wall there into what is just rubble strewn, what may have been broad streets. The space between the collapsed buildings and the rubble and everything else is quite wide, like a good 15, 20 feet wide. Nothing is close together. There are no narrow alleyways or you normally see in the city. Everything is spread out. And so you have a building with a wide area around it, or what's left of a building. There's obviously a number of places that may have had like a wood roof that's rotted away over time or eroded away or anything else. Many of the buildings there, you can make out like part of the foundation and some collapsed rocks and everything else. Some of these things are obviously like stacked stone, which has crumbled and collapsed away. But everywhere you look, you basically only see stone and remnants of buildings from this vantage point here. And since you kind of banked around the other side of the building there, you do know that the building with the ship in it is kind of north of you. You're heading north through the ruins. Go ahead and give me a perception check again to see what you spot around the place. At any given time, you are hearing little flapping of wings or little chittering or giggling kind of things. Lucas, you find yourself just sort of like trying to place your feet where you're not going to... you roll that with perception and got 2 1s?
I'm going to use my DM's inspiration and re-roll that.
Okay.
Not that it matters.
Persuasion. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Actually, you don't need to use the. That's fine. Whatever. It's fine here. Okay. So you find yourselves at the Amethyst. You sort of like you kind of like catching yourself like looking around, glancing around, hearing the imp flying. They're not close by. They're not buzzing by you or kind of talking to you or anything like that. At least not interacting with you. They're sort of keeping out of sight, keeping out of reach, essentially. Raz with a 30, you kind of get, and this kind of gets into your stone sense as well. You can tell that this part of the city is pretty much deserted. Nothing's been here. Nothing's disturbed these ruins in a long time. But as you sort of look along what used to be maybe a street or a thoroughfare or something like that, you can see where further in effort has been made, but in more of a subtle way. Like as you look further into the city, obviously the further north you go, more effort has been made to sort of clear the way and to fix the building to a degree. And nothing jumps out at you or comes rushing up to you or anything else like that. You're sort of like just sort of walking along until you do, as you kind of come around to one space there, you'll hear a voice from nowhere, but up to your right.
What doing here? What doing here? You don't come down here. What you doing here?
In Infernal.
So you know.
Yep.
Yeah.
We are here because we are here. We have more important things to do than speak with you. You should be working for me.
Okay.
And why aren't you working for me? You know, anybody could walk into this deserted town. What's your name?
So I give you some options here because you're being very commanding. So you can either go with persuasion, deception, or intimidation. If they're all the same, you can just roll any of them, obviously. But which one are you?
I was going for survival.
Sorry, that'll
No.
sort of, yeah. I'll give you some tracks or anything like that. But yeah, so any one of those there.
I met these orcs. I must know some intimidation.
Sure.
Oh, fell off 20.
Oh, sorry.
No, man.
So,
Don't die.
let's see then. It's gonna be probably intimidation versus. We'll call it roll wisdom. Okay. See, he's been like rears back, like, and looks at you, just sort of like,
So mean,
and just kind of flies off.
I'm sorry. It's the job. You want to understand this? It's the job. It's not you. It's me. I get it.
It's totally you.
I think you should probably stop talking now. I will say telepathically to him.
Yes, you can just you can do the link there. So you hear his voice in your head to stop talking.
I heard that long before it was said.
Yes. No, you actually, yeah. So,
Just a look.
yeah. The Horn Devil looks at you very seriously. One of the Horn Devils.
The mom look.
I will point out the fact that you see each other in this form as well. This is you can't see through. The theming is like you are. This is your appearance. When you look down at yourself, you see yourself as a devil or anything else.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Yep. So yes, Athena, you're much like spine sticking out of you everywhere. Everything feels like kind of like you don't feel it, but you have a kind of a rubbery texture to your skin, which you look there, and so. But at least that imp goes flying away off in a direction there again. You can't see it, but you could definitely hear it and interact with it.
You've never seen yourself fiendish before.
No. No, I have not.
But Raz is in the soul. Raz knows he's
Let's-
going to hell.
Oh, Raz,
He has
shut up.
failed. He has failed miserably.
Failed
Raz knows.
what? What'd you fail, Raz?
This whole continent. Failure.
You're just
Let's
like
go steal their
overwhelmed
ship.
with these things.
How old are you, Raz?
Pez doesn't know.
Raz
Oh,
doesn't
we
even know what year
retroactively
it
needed
is.
to pass telepath fun before coming in here, didn't we?
You can do it now if you want.
Okay.
I still
I don't
knew what
anything
you were saying
to see in
before
our
you said it.
testament.
Okay.
I know.
So now you can have conversations without sounding like yourselves, which is good.
Well, I was speaking telepathically to them, but that would give them the ability to do it to each other, obviously.
Yeah.
Do you want to cast tongs on one of us? Just to make it a bit easier?
Well, I'm going to cast it on myself if anybody, but yeah, I was probably thinking about doing that if he's going to keep talking.
Yeah. None of you understood what he was saying, but he was saying a lot.
Yeah, I've probably said about 100 more words than were necessary.
All right, so, at this point, we see the ship, right?
No, not even close.
No? Then I'm just
No,
gonna keep walking.
Yeah. Like it's as you move, so you just kind of so Dina's just walking on ahead of you. The one of the Vardel's just walking down the street a little further.
Mhm.
You kind of move apart there. With that, one thing you will spot, and this is fairly obvious. Down the way on the left hand, you move, again, the kind of the space you move to is a wide thoroughfare. There are more somewhat narrow streets, but this one's wide. You could probably like 3 or 4 wagons across this road easily. And there's fairly would have been obviously like fairly like sturdy, large structures along this on either side of it. There's at least one that's obviously the raised foundation. There's steps going up to it that are partially crumbled, and that building is sort of a large, kind of squat building there with this like the partial wall that's still there has like an archway to it. Any sort of door has long since gone away, but you can kind of see into the recess of there. This partially collapsed ceiling in there as you walk by it. But one of the buildings on the left that catches your attention has very much like along the stones, and the building is somewhat intact, but along all the stones of the where the doorway is, along where the windows were in this part in this wall here, are all coated in frost. And there's definitely a feeling of cold as you start to move toward that. There's movement inside, and there's some infernal voices just talking, arguing. Maybe Raz, you pick out words of like,
Why are we here? Because the cauldron is too hot. We can't be there. Well, we're here by ourselves. We should be able to go home and not be here anymore.
and just sort of like back, sort of like arguing voices a little bit in that area there.
We can do
They are
them a
arguing about being here and not wanting to be here.
Amethyst, do you have tongues?
We can fix
Yeah.
that.
So you hear that as well, and you pick up the words there in order to hear that speaking infernal.
They want to go somewhere frosty. I say we just barge the door open and give them a ticket to go.
What do they look like?
You can't see them.
You
You
can't see them yet.
can hear them. They're inside that partial building on the left, up a little ways there, and there's frost around the edges.
So
Should we go and tell them that they can go home?
She steal my idea.
so
Well, but we might not have the authority to do that, and then we're just going to expose ourselves.
Hi, we are your replacements. You may go now.
But we've been sent here by the prince to tell them to go home.
Yeah, but we
We've
need to
got
go
the
back to the
book.
cauldron to get home, get through the rift.
They don't want to go to the cauldron.
I think there's a rift here. That's why it's cold.
Lucas, give me
Look at least first.
an Arcana check. Only if you're trained in Arcana.
has anybody asked Athena to stop walking forward?
No, I'm standing behind you, watching you walk in
Hey,
your
Lucas,
Yeah.
you know there are
horny shape.
you know parts of the Nine Hells are frozen, and there are things known as ice devils.
Hmm.
So it doesn't necessarily mean there's a rift here.
Okay.
I will.
Okay.
We're not
The thing is-
horny though. We're
I think it's
Barbie.
like walking ahead of you. Some of you paused on the way there, as I think it's just sort of walking down in the Bar Devil space
Mhm.
there. Let me just check something real quick. Okay.
Yes, we're Barbie, and I am still walking
Okay.
because I've not heard that I shouldn't go any further.
Okay. So Athena is walking up ahead of you guys. The rest of you kind of like slow down, talking, whatever, looking at the building. And then a voice calls out from that direction there.
You, what are you doing here? Why are you wandering down the street? We're supposed to be out of sight.
I'm gonna point to
And-
myself.
you don't understand anything that's being. You hear something like from that direction there, Amethyst and Raz, you both hear that as they are as a voice from inside the building calls out. And you see Athena's like just
Telepathically, I'm
walking
going to
along.
say, just duck out the way. Just duck out the way.
So I hear it off to my right or my left?
Left.
My left. So then I'm going to turn and look, and then I'll hear Amethyst say to get out the way. So I will duck behind the building.
And so you gotta duck the other direction there. Okay,
Mhm.
give me a stealth check to see how well you get out of the way. Obviously, it's not going to be like you disappear on them, but at least like so they can't see where you
I'm
went.
not going anywhere. Nope.
Oh, yeah.
I tripped and fell.
Yeah. So you go to like whoo, and you turn and there's a wall there, and you're like and try to like scramble up over this partially collapsed wall, and so you see this like barb devil kind of pulling himself up over this wall, kind of like it's sort of that little baby trying to climb out of something. There's just kind of falls over the front there, feet up in the air, lands on the other side there. Nobody saw anything.
You don't know I'm here. I could act. No, you don't know
The
I'm
rest
here.
of you will see a figure that looks like this. Step into the doorway.
Looks like.
Coming up
What?
there. Ah,
There
too
it
big.
is. Woof.
Too big. I'll make it smaller. Woohoo. Very insectoid looking. Long spear. Yeah, very white hide. It steps into place and looks down. Raz, you sort of like partially step out of view. But Lucas and Amethyst, what are you doing? As
Yeah, we'll try and stealth.
you just slip out of sight. Okay, nice. So, Raz, you kind of like duck back around the corner of the building that Athena tried to climb over the top of the wall. Amethyst, you kind of slip out of the place there. And so this thing is looking at
You! Over the wall. Get out here. You shouldn't be visible.
and he's not stepped out of he's kind of standing in the doorway of the building on the left. Doesn't seem to have noticed that the three of you have kind of slipped out of view because again he was up ahead of you.
Show yourself.
Yeah, I still don't understand what he's saying. So
Exactly.
So I want to telepathically tell everybody I should tell her to come over the wall and just tell her to stand there for a moment.
Mhm.
I'll do whatever you tell me to do. So if that's what you're telling me to do, that's what
Okay.
I'll do.
You stand up because the wall is only about 3.5, 4 feet high. You kind of try to climb over it out of the way there. So you stand up, and so you're visible from the top part there, and look over and see that thing across the way.
Ugh.
And see something real quick here.
You're an ugly one.
So first he tells you to not be seen, and then he tells
Well-
you to step out so you can be seen.
Well,
Exactly.
I
Yeah.
fumbled.
Get
I
your mind
fumbled
up, dude.
myself. Right? I did fumble myself though. So
Yeah.
you know,
Like,
there's that.
and once you said they're like,
Get over here. Out of view. Now. Come on. Get in here.
Does anybody know anything about demon and devil hierarchy?
All right, Raz, what am I doing?
Lucas, you rolled a natural 20 on this one. I still are mid level. They're definitely
Go ahead.
above. They're actually on par with Horn Devil. So I want to say, actually, no, let me double check that real quick here. I want to double. Oh, darn it! Where is my? Let me just double check that. See where the CRs fall on
Same.
these two.
I should come out of stealth and also walk in with Athena. See what
No,
the
no.
party says.
No, you should stay there, but you should tell me what I need to do.
He wants you to come into his parlor and have a seat.
Oh, nice.
Ice Devils do actually outrank Horn Devils. They are
So I will.
next tier up.
I will follow him.
So you kind of pull yourself up there, and this time, since you're not trying to be sneaky and trying to do it, you actually just kind of push yourself up and over the wall fairly easily. It's not hard to do. You're not trying to be sneaky about it there. and walk across the street toward him. He ducks out of the way.
Get in now. Get in now.
I'll follow
He
him.
said go inside.
Can we all sneak out
Follow
and shut the door behind us? There isn't a door, is there? But can we just go and slot him?
Hey.
It's probably not just him, though, is it? It's probably a room, a building full.
Well,
You heard
Once
2 voices.
Athena's inside. She'll be able to
At least 2 of them.
telepathly
Yeah.
tell me what's going on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
tell us
yeah.
how
Talking
many are
back and forth,
inside. Tell us how many are inside, because if we need to, we'll just come in and kill them.
Okay, let me.
We
pull
only
up
had 2.
here. And it's.
Hopefully,
oh,
the
it's-
DM's trying to figure out.
I want to see what the. Yes, we're gonna do this, and this. Amethyst, what's your DC? Actually, you're casting seeming through the rod, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay. So, just because it's more interesting this way, the one that's waving you forward is sort of like looking at you, as you step inside.
Mm-hmm.
There's another one inside the space here, and the roof of this is mostly intact. There's a hole in it where light is coming through, but the roof in this building it's about maybe about 10, 12 feet tall. This open space is. There's rubble. There's kind of remnants of what might have been like a stone table or something that's kind of partially broken over there. Everything's covered in frost. And the second one inside there, and it looks at you as you step in, and what gives you away is you sort of reflexively duck to get underneath.
That
There,
sounds right.
and like, because barb devils are like, and you see this thing sort of like duck. It looks at you, and there's the voice, and you guys from outside will hear this there.
You are not what you seem, are you? We have intruders. Can't you see that?
And so he
Time to
basically was
make
sort
an
of like,
entrance.
okay. So
I am going to act surprised. What are you guys doing?
in common or in giant?
In my telepathic thing, yes.
Oh, them. Okay. Weird.
He's figured out you're not.
I knew I should have gone in.
Okay. We'll do this here. I'm gonna just kind of again. It's just sort of like so. Athena will put you on the map here because we're just gonna keep things out of the way. Here we go.
I think the cat's out of the bags, guys. Do you want my actual token or do you want that one?
I'll bring it out. Yeah. So
Okay.
actually, so
Do you want all of us, or are the rest of us just going to be?
well,
demons?
Athena's first. So you did tell me. So as others come in, we'll deal with the others as they step in here. But we'll go ahead and sure, why not? We'll go ahead and.
So if the party has told me they know what the jig is up, I'll probably pull my sword or my axe and get ready to go.
Yep, we'll be heading in there.
In that case, we'll go ahead and do that. Come on now, what's happening here? Darn it. Okay. I'm gonna try to. Okay, there we go. That worked out. Perfect. Okay. But I'm gonna pop up the initiatives because they actually only go with a 7. I will. Here we go. Everyone else can roll your initiatives as well. You are basically one move away from getting to the doorway of this building. So we can go ahead and put everyone else's initiatives on here. Again, we're only worried about relative positions. I don't need to worry about like literally this building that you're in is about 30 by 30, and you're about 30 feet away across the street. So it's not like it's a large battlefield.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So whoa, hi there. Yeah,
Big.
always comes out huge.
You got it.
Okay. You guys are back here. We'll put Athena right here. So we have.
Unlock your token, dude.
Okay.
All right.
So I need one more initiative there from.
Yep, I'm just making sure. I don't think
Nice.
my character this one has advantage.
Gotcha.
You have to put your token on the map first, don't you, before you can roll initiatives?
He's there. Yeah.
No, I know.
The
But
promo.
it's just
Why does
what
it
is-
keep switching back to that? I fix it, it goes back. I fix it.
Oh, that's annoying. Okay.
Mhm.
Anyway, it's still enough to get. Okay. So, I will say, Athena, you beat them, so you can have an action. We're going to start right here, just because this all happened inside. The rest of you are going to react to it afterwards here. So, Athena, what do you pull your axe and you're going to just go charging at one of them?
Yep.
Okay.
I am. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Easy enough. Go ahead and make that.
That totally hits.
Yeah, it definitely hits.
So I'm going to use my side die on this next attack here.
Okay. Excellent. We have 11, 13, 20, so 31 so far.
It is two-handed.
Yeah, I figured, yeah.
Okay.
You didn't say you were you're popping the shield, so.
Mm-hmm. I did not know. There's
19 will hit.
okay. That's cool. And now for my bonus action, I will activate the shield.
Okay, cool. All right, so they're both going to do something because you guys are all reacting to this outside here. But since it's right here, let's see. They don't know you're there. So, yeah, they're going to do a bite, claw, tail. This looks familiar. They have spears, though. They have a spear attack. That's dumb. Okay. Regardless here, we'll call the claw attack a spear attack, so just ignore that. So, we'll start with the tail. They're going to hit the tail out at you, both of them.
Mhm.
So, first one, here it comes.
No.
No, wow, cool. The second one, and then it will swipe the spear at you. 26 will hit them.
That
So,
will hit, yes.
11 slashing, 9 cold.
Yes.
So 20
But
total.
no stuffs. I'm
Resist cold?
resistant to cold.
So,
Yeah,
then-
so
then 15.
15. Okay.
And then a bite as it kind of like lunges toward you and bites.
Why does every monster you have want to eat me, Jim?
Devils and demons bite things.
Because you're spicy, I've told you.
So, 28 to hit, so it's going to be 13 and 3 piercing, so 1 piercing, 1 cold, sorry, 3 piercing, 3 cold, so be 14 total.
Got it.
Okay. The other one, tail swipe, 26.
That'll hit.
So it's going to be 9 damage, because 2 cold.
Yep.
Uh,
9 damage.
Spear, 18. That misses you, doesn't it?
It does, even
Well,
without my shield.
Okay. And then it'll bite you. Oh, misses you again. So basically, it gets it gets sort of. We'll kind of move him over to here. We have both of you here. So, all right. So now, Lucas.
Gonna move across. I can
Yep.
see in the building.
Yep.
They got chompy bits.
There's a doorway and there's a window. So we'll kind of do. Let's just do this. We'll kind of just do a quick. There's going to be a window here, and then the door here. So the window here, door here. So you can choose where you want to be. You can kind of alt yourself in place there.
How big is the building again, did you say? 30?
Roughly, yeah.
Care how big the room is. Fireball is still a thing.
To devils
but
that are probably immune to fire or resistant.
Devils, yeah.
But these might
Probably
be
immune
the ice devils, where it might not be their thing.
They might be immune or resistant to fire and ice.
Well,
Which I think most of them are anyway.
we don't know. We've never fought one before.
No,
You're right.
but they're from hell, so they're going to have at least resistance to fire because they're from hell.
So you want to look in the window or want to look in the door? I see on the doorway.
Is the window just an open window? I think it's just a
It's
hole
yeah,
in the wall.
it's just open.
You
It's
don't
now
go
just a
through
hole
the
in the wall.
window.
There's no actual window in it anymore. But it's a window-sized gap in the wall. It's like yeah.
Yeah, I'll go over to the window.
Okay,
I'm attacking Lucas. My turn
cool.
because he stood where I wanted to stand.
You do that.
I'm like, don't go near my window, and he's like, I'm just gonna go there. Yeah, great. Cheers.
I was gonna jump through the window.
Well,
Okay,
you can
what you
bounce off
doing,
his
Lucas?
head now.
I'm gonna get my wire out. I'm gonna cast hypnotic
Wire.
pattern in there.
He's always telling fibs.
Okay.
Pattern. There goes my lightning bolt. I mean, everything that I want to do is just put a foot right on it and go like the end of Monty Python.
Okay, so we're doing wisdom saving throws, right? Okay, with advantage.
Disadvantage because my wire, so it's a straight
So
roll.
straight roll. Okay. So the first one who kind of flails attacks there will will as you step into view and go poop, not apparent. It sort of looks like right at you. It goes just the eyes just go slack. His head tilts a little bit. This one who's focused more on Athena, kind of sees the colors and shakes it off there and focuses again, as it's looking right at Athena. So yeah, this one here is hypnotized. So we'll just give him that.
And notice that I'll tell everybody that one of them's out of the fight.
Okay.
Oh no, one of them's out of the fight.
Anything else you want?
No, that's all right for now. There's only two of them.
Okay, Raz, you're up.
And you saw which one's out of the fight? Was it the one on the right or the one on the left? As I go in the door.
Okay. You can just kind of alt yourself into place.
The one on the left.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you rush in there, darting past Athena, and the two Barb Devils are now attacking the Ice Devils. Okay. So what you want to do?
So the one that is not. I am just gonna do a regular spell.
The one on the left, the one that's hypnotized, right?
Yes, that's one.
That one's
That one.
hypnotized. That
Yes.
one's.
I'll make them a little
Not
bit
that
smaller.
one's
So you can
not.
see the icon on them. There you go.
Alright,
Mhm.
yeah, so
A
then
little
I'm
bit
just
smaller.
weapon attack.
Yeah, there you go.
Yay!
Rar. Okay.
I don't know what you did, but you shrunk him. That was great.
That
Do
was
that
nice.
again.
He shrinks every turn.
Yes, exactly. What'd you cast? I'm not seeing it.
Well, it ended up being the opposite, so
Okay.
I'm swinging at the one at the top.
Gotcha. Why is Athena's thing's not going away?
Because originally that little head looked like it was under the top one.
The measurement.
Your toolbar is not hiding. It's like staying out on top of everything.
Oh, that is. It's on your
Yeah.
end. That's nothing I can fix.
You have to refresh, I think, to get rid of that. I'm afraid.
Oh, cool. Well, here I refresh. Whee!
Yeah, right. Smack
Quick,
him.
kill his monsters while he's gone.
Bless your butt.
Smack.
No, it's still there.
Push my butt.
No, I don't know what it is, Jim. It happens in my other game too, and I just couldn't get it to go away.
There, put it on the bottom of it now. Okay. All right. So, what did I miss there, Raz? What are you doing? Oh,
So, weapon,
Cool. Yep. Bonk.
12 bludgeoning, 9 divine strike.
21.
And is
nice.
that as far as my move can go, or can I step behind him?
You can step around him. Yeah. Yeah. At this point, you get +2 to hit. You don't get flanking.
Right. Well, I was just making sure that I was
Gotcha.
in the right spot.
Yeah, you're fine. All right, so that's going to be a total of 21. Cool. He seems to take it all. Not liking you very much. Yeah.
Everybody like us.
Okay, Amethyst.
You know, quietly. We don't want to wake the whole neighborhood.
Lucas has really annoyed me with everything that he's just done.
Well, Undo it.
Taking one
and-
over at the fight for you.
I was planning on standing exactly where Lucas is now and then doing a lightning bolt across both of them, but I can't do that now because he stood there and he's hypnotized both of them. Well, one of
Oh,
them.
Come
So-
up here. Stand
I'm
right
gonna
there and
have
do
to.
it.
I'm gonna
Well,
stand here. I'm not like going
Okay.
all the way over there because
So you duck in, move out of the corner, and move into the building out of the corner. Yep.
I'm not invisible.
Huh?
No.
And see where you duck in and move around the corner.
Oh, I thought you said invisible. Sorry.
No.
My bad.
No worries.
I misheard you.
No worries.
Um.
All good. Yay.
You've done my head in, Robert. You better stop. Like, I thought it all out, and now I'm just like, what can I do? Because I've only got one. I can't hit party members. I'm everything's
Just smack him.
You
Just-
can do the river dance and we can continue.
smack him with what? There's no blade on my dagger. I'm gonna Eldritch blast him in the
Okay.
face 4 times.
I mean,
That's smacking him.
you could always do Quicken Spell and do it 8 times if you want.
Nah.
Okay. So 17, 24, 29. Oof. And 29 and 17 is 46. Yeah. Yes, that's not fun. Effectively, yeah, one bolt after another just hits it there, and the last one actually hits and cracks the chitinous, like icy chitinous covering of his chest there, and you see this like he looks up at you, like glaring in your direction there.
You
I'll
look at
wave.
me, mister.
I'll wave to him. Yeah. Bonus action, fly a little bit higher than where they can reach me.
The ceiling's about 12 feet tall.
Oh, only 12? I thought you said 30. Sorry, am I bad?
No, they're 30 feet wide. Like the room
So
is about
they-
30 by 30. Yeah,
They can reach that high?
yeah. They're large
Okay.
creatures. They're actually, their heads are brushing the ceiling. Actually, they're kind of hunched over there. They're actually like, yeah. And
Weird,
the whole room,
okay.
the whole room is cold. Yes, not damaging cold, but cold. Your breath is kind of puffing out in front of you as you step into the space.
Nice.
All right, Athena, your allies have moved in, and
The one that is now got his eyeballs on Amethyst is going to take a psionic strike to the face.
cool.
To the face.
To the face.
It hits.
Good. I couldn't tell. It looked cock on the screen.
So
And
anyway,
he's going to take it cocked on the screen. Will a 16 hit him?
yes. Oh no, sorry, it's not.
No, okay. Well, I was going to
Yeah.
do that too.
Blocks that one out of the way with the spear. Just blocks
Mhm. That's 4. And here's my last roll. And here's the number 5. That's a nope.
Wow.
Mhm.
Okay. Give me a dexterity save.
Ooh, dex save.
Yep. Hey, you're fine. You go to a swing, and because the ground is a little bit slippery from the ice out there, you actually slip, and your swing goes wide, but you catch yourself and don't fall prone.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yay. This bothers me. I'm gonna fix this.
I'm sorry.
Not you.
Okay.
Like, why is
Now
the
you've got
gold-
a big spot on your head.
Okay, so I do not like that
eggs and ham?
happened. Yeah, I love green eggs and ham, thank you, sir. So I'm going to use my action surge.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I
do not
know.
like green eggs and ham.
I don't like them, same I am. 1,
Jim, I am.
2, and 3.
Yeah, all 3 of those hit. Well, wait a minute. No, sorry. Yep, the last one does not. So the first 2 hit. So 12 and 27.
Yes.
give solid strikes, kind of carving into it there. You actually, as one kind of hits there, you actually reach down there and you lop off the end of its tail. Like,
No more tail attacks for you, mister.
You should eat that just for effect. Right in front of him.
Not that
Yeah.
he understood me at all, but yeah, sure did.
He will then look at you, look at his ally, and reach out and smack him
Chicken.
with one of his attacks. So smacks him and wakes him up.
Stop lolling around. Kill them.
No, don't kill us. Kill him.
And he's gonna go ahead and do something a little ridiculous.
Of course he is.
He's already ridiculous. Look at him.
Before you do anything, Jim, can you please tell me how far away Amethyst and Resume are from me?
Like 15 feet. The
Thank
room's only
you.
30 feet wide, so
I know.
they're-
I just wanted to make sure.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just go over all protect us.
How much damage does it do to him?
What does it matter?
You either have to do damage or take an action to wake them up.
He's using. Okay, I'll roll the attack. He's with advantage since he's been incapacitated. He hits. He does some damage.
Yay.
Okay.
I'm going to remind that guy there that the only person here who's done any damage to him is his friend there.
Okay. He's going to. Yeah.
He's gone rogue. He's attacking all of us. I don't know what's going on.
Sure. Let me. Where's my token for this? I need a token for this.
Oh no, he pulled out a token.
Oh yeah.
We're in trouble. We're in trouble.
He is
25 deception.
We're still in trouble.
You know you.
Well,
He will.
Yeah.
This will work.
I rolled 25 on my deception check.
yes.
He's just sort of like, huh? What's going on? As this guy will step a little bit back, not out of your reach, just right to there, and then summons up an ice wall
Ice wall?
here,
Ice, baby.
which will push you two back. Oh darn it! Let me put this in the map layer now. Actually, I'll make it a little smaller.
Oops.
We'll just do that. It will actually go extend out to the door. And then, yes, it will automatically. In its space is pushed out by the shortest route. The creature chooses which side of the wall to end up on. So, you have a choice. Do you want to end up on the side of the wall with both of them, or on the other side of the wall?
With both of them, please.
Okay.
Rosemary, where are you going to be?
With both of them.
Okay. So you're gonna shift over. Okay, let me put this on the map layer so I can do this now. Boop. Okay. So you're
Thank
gonna
you.
shift this way. You both need to give me dex saves. Because this is.
Raz, for once in your life, be dexterous.
No. It's not going to happen.
Okay. Nope. Both of you then will take 48 cold damage.
I will say no.
That's a lot of sexes.
It sure was.
1d12 plus 5.
Okay.
I'm using my reaction, Jim.
Sure.
I'm going to take 10 off of that
Sure.
for me. So that's 38. And it's what type of damage?
Cold.
It's a wall of ice.
So 24, so 14? Got it.
You half and half again? No, it should be 24. 48, half to 40, up to 24.
24, sorry,
She's resistant.
24.
Minus a 10 more. Sorry, I
10.
missed it. Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Does that work? It works on only attacks?
That is
spell
stones
effects?
it's stones endurance. It says as a reaction, reduce dealt damage to you by d12 plus 5
I
every.
want to make sure it wasn't damage from an attack, because it wasn't an attack necessarily. It was
Mm-mm.
the wall. Okay. All right. So that's what he does. The other one wakes up, and that's what he does. And then we have Lucas. So a wall of ice suddenly appears coming out the doorway, and you see now Amethyst on the other side of it there. It is an opaque Amethyst. You can't see them now.
Mm-mm.
And it is blocking the door.
You're
Mhm.
stuck.
There's no cracks in the wall or anything?
I mean, not in the ice wall.
No, in the actual wall of the building.
No, that was the only way in and out was through the door or the window.
There's not even a tiny crack in the wall in this ruined
Well,
building.
when it's your turn, we'll worry about that then.
Okay.
Yeah. So, Lucas, you're up.
Did you crit? Oh, damn it, you did.
Yeah.
The one that's been damaged is look quite damaged.
Yeah, he's looking pretty bad. Yeah, this was instead of a desperate mood, or he wanted to hurt them both, and wasn't sure which side they end up on, but they both chose to slide into the space there.
Yeah, I'll target this at him then. Finding ball.
Okay, well, wow, yeah, you hit him. Obviously. Is that with the crit?
I don't know all at once somewhere.
Yeah,
Got
okay.
it.
Just roll 5d6 again. That works too. 35. Oh, God. Yeah, you sort of like hit him, and it's just like the whole right side of him is now just glowing. It's like.
It was weird. It recognised it was a crit and came up with 10d6, but when I clicked it, it only rolled 5.
It's weird, yeah. Anyway, so yeah, he's obviously messed up. Yeah. We'll just call his right arm is pretty much gone at this point too. Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Anything else?
No, I'll leave to that.
Okay. All right. And Raz. His whole right side is glowing now as the right arm is mostly gone. There's the whole torso is like glowing on that side over there.
Yes, Raz rooting for his death now.
Which hand does he hold on his sword in?
Gonna need the wisdom save.
The other one.
DC 19.
He's a lefty.
Wisdom save. Okay. DC 19. Well, he's holding in both, so he lost the one arm, so he's holding that one left.
Mhm.
DC 19 wisdom. Okay. Does get advantage. It's all or nothing. So yeah, he won't take it.
All right.
Okay.
Raz's turn is over.
Hey, Amethyst. So yeah, there would be some gaps in here. This is not a perfectly solid structure at this point there. So yes, you could see. You can't see them on the other side of the wall, but yes, you can look. There are some like gaps in the wall and everything else. You can look out into the street.
My
Yeah.
revelation in flesh allows me with one sorcery point to move through any space as narrow as 1 inch. So I'm going to go outside and then go to where Lucas says, go to the window. Why did you move me? That was weird.
Okay. What's your movement speed?
40, but I can double move if it's necessary.
Okay.
As long as I don't move again before the next time I use
Typically,
it.
the wall goes is 30 feet long. So, yeah, you can easily get around it. It only goes out about maybe 10 feet into the roadway. So,
Okay. But my feline agility lets me double move if I want
gotcha.
to.
Okay, so you get over there. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And then,
No section
And
movement. Okay.
no
I
and
guess I'm gonna I'm really annoyed.
What do you want to do?
Can't. I want a lightning bolt, but I can't because Raz is standing
Okay.
there.
You guys are. This is not. These are not straight like square lines. There. You can definitely line up a shot that hits the two of them, large-sized creatures. Raz is on the other side there, so it's not going to hit them.
Okay.
So you can kind of shoot it. Yeah, there.
No, stop moving. What are you doing?
No, you're fine. You hit them both. Roll your damage.
Get away from the wall. Okay.
Yep. Get their
Okay,
deck
then.
saves with advantage. So 1, 2, and 3. Okay. So, oh man. So the first one who's now fully alert, like, what's going on? It's now been woken up by his friend and looking around here. Will take half the damage. So he will kind of dodge a little bit lightning bolt there. This one here, it is at this point like his whole right side is glowing. He's just kind of holding his hands and kind of like from the Toll of the Dead that he resisted, and then you just light him up, and there's just nothing but smoking, like a smoking crater where he was. He's just like body twitching, disintegrates to ash and drops to the ground.
Bye.
So we'll just kind of do that. Yep.
Did you say one of them took half? Oh,
Yeah.
because he saved.
And natural 20. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Anything else? No, that's all your stuff there. Okay. Athena.
Yes, ma'am.
I am going.
Beating on is dead. The other one is now very much alert, looking at you.
I am going to tell him, obviously in common. Didn't have to be this way. You could have just told me what I wanted to know. And I'm gonna slash him 3 times. Not with a nat fail.
Wow.
Wow.
2. Oh my god.
Wow, dude.
And there's a 2. You want another
Okay.
deck save?
You need a
Yeah.
crit next time, dude.
Yeah, give me one more of those. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Effectively, you kind of pull your axe back, and it sinks partially into the ice wall behind you, and you wrench it free, and so the first time you kind of and you pull it out there and just whip past him there, recover, and then swipe your last attack there into him and nail him for 18.
I was halfway thinking about switching over to the undead sword just for its and giggles, and that's what did it.
Okay.
It's 'cause
Oh, sorry. It's fine. Yep. That would have been good. And as you as you kind of pull out of there, the whole ice wall itself disintegrates, because it should have done that actually already, but
oh, nice.
because
Lightning bolt doesn't grant advantage. No. Okay.
No.
Sorry, talking to myself.
Nope. Alrighty then. So there's that. It gets to go. Seeing everyone here, it's got nowhere to go.
You said there was a hole in the ceiling.
Yeah, but it can't fly.
What kind of bug doesn't know how to fly? I
It's
will
not a
say that
bug.
in common. I will say it in common.
Sure, it understands that. Actually, it doesn't actually. Anyway, it's just going to go ahead and, because it's fun there, Lucas is going to swipe the tail at you through the window. Is 28, so that will be 12 bludgeoning, 12 cold.
Disadvantage because I've got foresight.
No. 21.
Yeah.
12 and 12. So, yeah. So,
Add
and
the
you
extra
resist,
one.
you resist cold anyway, right? So yeah,
Yeah.
it'll be 18 damage then. Okay, and then the claw and bite on you, Athena. Actually, the spear and bite. Spear 15 misses, and the bite. Wow. Okay, so it's just another natural one. All right,
A
he
lot
is
of those tonight. Good
crazy. Yeah.
lord.
Okay, Lucas. As you kind of like reel back from the tail, lashing out the window at you.
Oh, resistant to magic, aren't they? That's a real pain.
Yeah, they are. Pretty much all devils and demons are. It's a very common thing for them.
Yeah, I'm gonna blast him again.
Potato. Banana!
They resolve from 10. I love it.
Okay, you definitely hit with the advantage there, so he will be lit up. We'll just do that little bright spot on him. The next person that attacks from melee, he'll take the 25, hissing out at you, kind of glaring out at you and looking back at Athena. Raz. The glowing spot on this guy there is kind of like he just sort of like rakes across the front of him there and just leaves this like glowing line across his chest.
Alright, so I smack him.
Okay.
With advantage.
You definitely hit.
7 bludgeoning, 6 divine. Well, that's actually thunder damage from me, now that I know what I'm reading.
Gonna be all right. That. Get that off of him now. Oop, it's gone. Amethyst.
I'm going to do that sorcery point thing and I'll just blast him twice. But 8
Okay.
times.
Eldritch Blast. Quick and Eldritch Blast again.
Yeah. 1.
What are you an agonizing blast?
So that, you know that the extra damage I get when I cast a spell,
Mm-hmm.
would that happen twice if I'm using it twice?
Yes.
Okay. So on the first
Oh.
one and the 5th one?
Sure.
Yeah.
Good lord, that's gonna be 4, 9, 13, 4, 9, 17, then 22, then 29, 37, 40, 47. Ooh. Yeah. Just this hail of violet bolts just slamming into him. Like you see it kind of leaning down over you, Raz, and he's getting knocked back by these eldritch blasts, hitting him over and over and over again. Yeah, you just see like there's just cracks. He's leaking this kind of whitish, sticky fluid out of all the holes in his side. Athena, you're muted.
Sorry, husband came in and asked a million questions. Into his defense, it is mine.
And we're right there. Yeah.
I'm gonna hold my axe to his throat and I'm gonna say, "Yield." I'll wait just a moment. If he doesn't do anything, I'm going to attack
Give
him.
me an intimidation check.
Woohoo! Right, I'm good at those, and I've
I
never
know.
done it.
I know.
I'm not that great today.
Okay, what's the? He's gonna roll wisdom. We'll just call it a wisdom, not saving throw necessarily. And don't forget, you do have your inspiration still, because you didn't have to use it last time.
Oh, well then I'll
Want to
do
re-roll
that.
it?
Hold
You
on.
want to re-roll it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Intimidate. There we go.
Okay. You know what? Essentially, with this, having going on there, essentially he just sort of like looks at you, looks at everyone else around him, looks at his dead friend over there, and just sort of like throws it down. And
Who are you people?
so with that, we're gonna stop right there, and we'll pick up here next time here with interrogating the Ice Devil. So, as you are now in this ancient orc ruins, they're heading toward the airship and what may contain a phylactery of Rary the Traitor.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, Karen.
Next time. So, anyway, hey everyone, thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for watching now, and those of you watching in the future. We always happy to have you here with us. As always, thanks for being here. Drinks are on us. We'll see you again real soon. Take care, folks.